Welcome back to round number 9 of the ChessHub Grandmaster Open Tournament. We are here to, to witness hopefully what is to be a momentous chess occasion in Malaysia, a historic moment. Hopefully. This is Li Tian's first chance as a Grandmaster Dom since 2021. We all know the SEA Games heartbreak that happened in 2021, but here he has a chance to redeem himself. All he needs to do, and this is easier said than done, is to beat his opponent's day, and he will become Malaysia's first ever Grandmaster. Will it happen? We will see. Now, we all know what happened yesterday. For those of you guys who tuned in, I managed to jinx a good friend of mine by predicting he would win the game, so I will not make any predictions today. But let's go straight to the game, and I better stop talking about this before I jinx it again. So, he's got what he wants really out of the opening. There's nothing else to say about this. Li Tian has got his prep on the board. Now, is it some fantastic prep? No, it's not. But the fact is that he has the black pieces, and he needs to win. It's not exactly the most favorable situation to have black in a must-win game against a strong international master, but it is what it is, and this is his best chance to get it since 2021. In fact, it's the only time that he has a chance to get it in the last round since then. So 4 years in the waiting. Can he get it? We'll see. So opponent plays a3, and the idea is that now he wants to develop his bishop to e3, and you can't take on b2, of course, because of knight a4, and that would win the queen. So after knight d7, bishop e3, Tian develops with bishop e7, and now rook b1 is played. This whole operation feels a little bit weird, but I have the feeling that white isn't so sure what to do, because I guess he needs to develop his pieces, right? Question is, why doesn't he just sorry, why doesn't he just play bishop d3? That is the question to me, because you're still not gonna take because of knight a4, right, as far as I can see. So I'm thinking, why you don't just play bishop d3, and after knight f6 you just play something like knight g2. This just seems like very normal play to me. But instead rook b1 has been played, so I don't really know what is going on. What I do know is that white has been spending time. He spent like more than 10 minutes on the previous move, which indicates to me that he's not very comfortable with his position. Perhaps he wasn't expecting this e6 line, because obviously there are many different ways to meet this f3. Maybe he wasn't expecting queen b6, because queen b6 is only the third most played move. Now the main line here is you play e6 first. I mean, it could actually transpose. You do end up playing queen b6 in some of these lines, so it could transpose. And also there's a big line with d takes e4 and e5, which is probably, I mean, this has been there for a very long time, and this line is very popular as well. So clearly white had been prepared for something like this, but queen b6 has sort of caught him by surprise, and he doesn't seem to be that well versed in these lines, which is a good thing for Yeoh Tian. By the way, there's been a quick draw on board 1, so if Yeoh Tian wins this game, he doesn't just become a grandmaster, which would be, of course, the big aim, but he will also become the first champion of the ChessHub Grandmaster tournaments. And I've heard that they are planning to do this tournament for the next 4 years to come, so I will be hopefully able to join some of these events in the future. Okay, let's move on to the Kevin game. So Kevin, as far as I understand, only needs a draw to secure his first international master norm. So this would be huge. I think he might be the youngest player to make an IM norm if he does it in this game. Again, no predictions. We all know what happened with Anderson yesterday. So yeah, I will not make any predictions. But so far, he's got exactly what he wants. He's played the Slav, and I mean his opponent's played the Slav, and he's played the exchange version, which I think is a great idea when you only need a draw. Because the fact is that if black wants to create lots of winning chances in the, if he wants to create any sort of winning chance really in the Slav, he needs to take some risk, and you know, of course that's a good thing for white, and he seems to be well prepared as well. So as far as I know, Kevin's working with Jimmy Liu. So I'm not sure whether this is part of Jimmy's work or whether he's got someone else to prep his openings. But bishop b2 is actually a line I've played recently, and to be honest with you, it's not much. But then again, you're not really looking for very much. And you know, Anderson's playing rook a7, which is I mean, an interesting way to play. I mean, in a recent game, an opponent of mine played bishop d6 against me, and I rather unwisely decided to sack my queen. And I mean, I was worse after this, although I managed to win. But I managed to win this and get my third international master norm, actually, in one of these tournaments, which definitely helped me get the title at the end. But certainly, this is not a very good line. And yeah, but the thing is that if you really don't want to lose, you just take on d6, and you just take on b7. And the fact is that you're not going to lose a position like this. You just take queen a3, and black is absolutely equal, but the best black can hope for is to trade these 3 pawns, and it's going to be a draw. So that's not a problem for Kevin, considering he only needs to draw. So rook a7 is played, and I reckon Kevin will just castle. I'm not sure what rook a7 is. It's indicative to me that this is a bit of a try for a win. Now, one thing you're gonna know about Anderson is that he doesn't care who you are or what you need. He's a really nice guy off the board, but over the board, he's an absolute monster. Yeah, so he's gonna try to beat you regardless of what you want, what's your circumstance, or whether you only need a draw or not. He doesn't give a damn. He's gonna try to beat you. So that's what I think he's trying to do. Just gonna play rook a7, and he's just gonna keep stuff on the board. And Anderson knows well that if his opponent only needs a draw, then he can just keep a lot of pieces on the board, and hopefully his opponent will feel a little bit uncomfortable. We saw that between Kevin and his grandmaster opponent yesterday. He was playing against Golami Orimi, and Golami was just keeping stuff on the board, and yeah, Kevin actually started to make big mistakes and only managed to save the draw through a stroke of luck. Let's just say, although he did find some nice moves at the end, to be fair, so it wasn't all luck. Okay, let's go on to the next Malaysian player. We have Uzai, who's not having the best event, but he has the chance to beat a high-rated player in the last round and get back a lot of his rating points, and maybe even secure a rating gain. I'm not exactly sure about his rating situation, but he might be able to secure some rating gains if he wins this game. That being said, it's not really the type of opening that makes you predict a win, is it? Because it's a Maroczy, which is a weird choice, I feel, against someone so much higher rated. Because it feels like, Maroczy is a line where, White can always just press for a long time. So he might have to suffer, but I feel like his strategy with Black in this tournament is just to try to play solid and suffer a little bit if necessary. So maybe this is all part of his plan. Yeah, I'm not sure this is the plan I would have done. No, I can tell you right now, this is not the plan I would have done, because I'm not a player who likes to suffer. But some people are good at this. And I feel Uzai is actually a very good defender, and maybe he enjoys suffering. So if you enjoy suffering, then, by all means go ahead and play these type of lines. Okay. But okay, his position is still very solid, to be fair. So, I think we'll see how it goes. Certainly there's a lot of play left in this position. Okay, let's go on. We have Chao Yi-chen playing against Diajeng Teresa. So one thing I know about Diajeng is that she's actually coaching a bit in Malaysia. She coaches some Malaysian players whenever she comes over, and she does online coaching as well. And apparently she's not a bad coach. Yeah, students have had some success. So, but this is I guess an attempt to come back to chess, maybe. And okay, it's not been the best event for her. She's lost quite a bit of rating, but I mean, this is kind of expected in a sense, because when you haven't played for a long time, you're gonna get rusty, and this is your biggest enemy in chess. Rust and lack of sharpness. That's a bit of an issue, but it only takes a few events to settle in. So I'm sure that if she plays more, it will be a matter of time before she's back to her usual form. So bishop b7. Okay, I mean, my first thought is, why not d5? Yeah. So d5. So he has played d5 in some way. I was thinking to do it here even. So of course you can't take on e3 because this would lose a piece, right? And of course, if you take on d2, well, I'm hitting a rook, so I'm going to take back with an extra piece. But I mean, she probably go knight e7, bishop b6, cb6, and she's probably saying that these double pawns are kind of not an issue because we have given up our best dark squared bishop as well. Still, I'm not so sure that this is that comfortable. I could play a4, and in some line like this, I might hit her with c4. Yeah, and I'm not sure that it's that simple. But okay, it's quite a complicated position still. So can I understand why Chao Yi-chen decided to play knight g5. Yeah, and rook f8 was played, and now he plays d5. Okay, so it's a very similar idea. It's a very similar idea. Knight a5 has been played, and I reckon the bishop is probably going to drop back. Perhaps we'll take on b6 first. I guess we will take on b6 first, right? Because I don't think you can take on b3 because I have this move, bishop takes c7, and in this way I'm gonna win a pawn. But after bishop b6, I think he can just take back c takes b6, and no, it looks good for white. No, I mean bishop c2, maybe a little bit more maybe not good for white, but it's a little bit more comfortable. I mean, it could hit you with some sort of b4 followed by c4, sorry, b4 followed by a4, or even by c4. So we'll see. I'm actually starting to like white here, but it's one of these positions where things can turn around quickly because it's quite a complicated structure. Okay, so going on to the poetry game. So Putri, as we know, doesn't really play very much anymore, but she's still a pretty strong player. I mean, my score against her is still pretty bad, thanks to all those all those losses I suffered, as a kid. I mean, she used to beat me all the time, back in the day when we were both, up and coming youngsters. But okay, I think I think she should just play more. If she plays more, results will improve. That's all there is to say about it, right? I feel that's the thing about Malaysians. If we play more, I think we'll improve. Yeah, we'll improve faster. In fact, I have a theory that if you play enough tournaments and just analyze the games, you'll become an international master. Yeah, and I don't know, I might be some sort of proof of that theory because I don't think I'm a very talented player myself, but I believe that if you just do these two things and just play enough tournaments and just analyze these games, you're gonna become an international master. The only thing is it's gonna take a lot of money to play these tournaments, so the hard part is actually getting funding for it. Yeah, that's actually a serious challenge. But okay, let's go back to the Li Tian game. Li Tian's now in tank. So Li Tian obviously, as you already mentioned, needs to win this game. It's a must-win situation, which in some ways is kind of difficult, especially with black, because it's hard to create winning chances. But it's also quite liberating because you don't have to think about making a draw or what if I overpress, because in that sense a draw is the same as a loss. So what's going on here? Li Tian's spending a lot of time. So clearly he wasn't expecting rook b1. I guess he was expecting bishop e2 or bishop d3. These are the moves that have been played, and he was certainly expecting some line like this. I think knight gf6. I mean, usually the point here is that black is not really worried about e5 because there is this tactic, if knight takes e5. So he's not really worried about this. Uh, so I mean, knight g2 was. I think bishop f2 was played in this game, and then I think black gets d takes e4 and f takes e4 and some sort of interesting counterplay after this move, with the idea that after queen g4 we can take b2 and these two guys are hanging. So, and actually black managed to win this game between Ekaterina Atalik and some 2100. So yeah, bishop d3 is the main move, but rook b1 is, I mean, it's sort of an improvisation, I'm sure, because it looks kind of weird actually, but I mean, you're defending this pawn on b2, but it wasn't actually attacked. So I'm trying to figure out what white's idea is. Is it some sort of, it can't be some sort of knight a4. b4 makes zero sense. So it must just be to secure this pawn because he doesn't know what to do. So probably bishop d3 is going to come after this. So I'm thinking, why not just play knight f6 and just go? What could be the drawback? I think I know, because it's not so simple now, right? You don't have this knight g4 idea. So maybe now bishop d3 is the way, because now, I mean, after de4, fe4, you don't have knight g4 because b2 is protected. So maybe this is the reason why he's trying to work things out. Because I'm trying to figure out why he's spending so much time here. And I mean, because knight f6 seems so logical, and I can't really imagine what else you could play. Still, after bishop f2, maybe you can just because if you cancel, maybe there's e5. No, I'm not even sure this is so bad. I'll go knight e8, and I'll be able to play c5 very soon. And okay, it looks like some sort of a French structure, but white's made a few weird moves on the queen side. He's put his rook on b1 as well. So, and yeah, black's knight is on e8, but it's compensated by all these white weird moves. So I don't think it's that big of an issue if I was black. But maybe Li Tian disagrees. There's also the option of d takes c4 followed by some sort of c5, which also is very interesting and definitely something worth considering. Anyway, lots of options, and we'll see. So now we have the Vietnamese matchup between Nguyen Doc Khoa and Tran Tan Tu. Nguyen, I think, has played some sort of Catalan, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's a Catalan, and Tran has played bishop d6 and this topical line with knight c6. So b3 is the main move here, as I understand, because the idea is that you don't want to play knight c3 because there is this nice idea with d takes c4, queen a4, and e5. And I ran into this idea, against soon-to-be Grandmaster Patrick Chessluck in the Wilson Cup. Didn't end up very well for me. I mean, you could play d5, but after knight e7, it's not very much in these type of situations. There's really not very much to say. I mean, White has that pawn on d5, but objectively black is getting a lot of counterplay on the queen side. Can think about some sort of a6, b5 as well. So black is doing fine. So the way to play out the knight c6 is usually just to play b3, so that, you know, after d takes c4 you can take back with the b pawn. Okay, but of course black's not going to take. He plays knight e4, so has he spent some time on this? So clearly he's been thinking a little bit. He's not really been super well prepared from these lines, I can guess. So bishop e2 is played, f5 and knight c3. And here we have a very, very typical Dutch stonewall structure. Bishop e4 is played, and this is quite interesting because black is giving up his bishop, and he's giving up his knight as well, which I find very strange. I don't really understand this because, I mean, the whole point of playing this Dutch structure is to keep a lot of pieces on the board and at some point try to storm the king side, because black actually has an inferior pawn structure if you think about it, right? So I just don't understand why you would do this, and you spend a bunch of tempi to help trade off the pieces that white would probably have to spend time to trade off in any case. So I think it's a serious positional mistake from one 2400 to another. I don't think this is a very good decision. But okay. Yeah, and now knight e5 comes, you see. Now white is making a lot of trades. White's strategy in this game is very good because he understands his opponent is slightly stronger. And this is usually what, I mean, Nguyen is very good at. He's got very good at game strategy, and that's why his results are very good. Even though he's not calculating as well as he was before. I mean, he was 2500 after all. He's not quite as strong as he was in his peak, but he's very good with game strategy, and this is giving him a lot of results. Yeah, because what he's understood is he wants to play for a win with very little risk. This is the best strategy to play against a high rated player. Simply to play for a win with as little risk as possible. And that's why he's gone for cd5 and knight e5. Because I think what he's looking for is, let's say we go bishop d7, some sort of position where maybe I can push on the queen side. Maybe I might even take on c6, yeah, and then some sort of, you know, b4 at some point. I have to watch out for bishop b5, but I could go like rook c1, and at some point some sort of b4, e3, you know, and start to push on the queen side. And white's and black's counterplay is nowhere to be seen. So why might not take? Why would I take actually? That seems a bit dumb. Maybe I'll just play something like e3 so to stop f4. And I can do whatever I want. I can play rook fc1 and later on push b4. So this seems like a more Nguyen way of playing. He's a very, very, very practical player. And he's very good at game strategy, as we have already mentioned. So yeah, you see, knight d8. So black is finally coming to his senses and trying to avoid trades. But I think it's a bit too late now. So rook fc1 is hitting the pawn on c7. Okay, black needs to defend this somehow. If he plays c6, I'm a bit worried that we start to push on the queen side. We just go b4, a4, and push b5. And as well, c6 has been played, right? And so this could well happen. So this feels like it's like a Dutch gone completely wrong. It's like huge easy play on the queen side, and I'm sure black sort of hating his life right now. So I think black's biggest problem is that he's played this Dutch structure, but he's failed to commit to it. So he's wanted to play for a win, and then he's not sure about it, and then he's thinking, oh, let me play solid and let me trade off some stuff, and before you know it, he's worse. He's just strategically worse, and now he's gonna have to suffer the whole game. So, you know, not exactly what he wants, yeah, but you know, you have to suffer the consequences of your own actions. And now, let's see how good he is at defending. Because I've always felt that, you know, if you want to be a 2400 player, you've got to have pretty good defense. Yeah, I feel like all international masters, and that applies to all of them, of pretty much any strength. Yeah, and I think, you know, I think we are all very good at defending. Are reasonably good. I want to say we're very good. We are reasonably acceptably okay in defending. Is the way I would put it. And so we'll see how good his defense is. I think it should be somewhat reasonable, and it'll be hard for Nguyen to break through, but still a very comfortable position nonetheless. Okay, let's go back to the Li Tian game. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep going back to the Li Tian game today because that's really the only thing we need to look at. The thing is that the game is proceeding very slowly. So Li Tian has spent 16 minutes, no, it's almost 17 minutes on this move, and he's played d takes c4, more than 17 actually. He's played now d takes c4. And, I mean, white is thinking... Is he thinking of knight takes c4? I'm not sure about that, because, I mean, I can just play knight f6. I should be doing quite comfortably here, right? So, surely, the idea is play fe4. Now, what's Li Tian's idea? I'm trying to figure this out. Is it some sort of... It's going to be some sort of c5 or e5, because you don't take on e4 and then just leave it there, because that just leaves you with a very passive and sad position. And that's not the way you play for a win. So, e5 looks logical, but I'm not sure what the threat is, because we're not really threatening to take on d4, as g7 is going to hang there. So... Or maybe there's going to be some sort of bishop c5 response. Let's see. Let's say we play knight f3. It feels like the most logical move. I don't think we're threatening to take here, because, I mean, you could try something like this, but I don't really believe in it, to be honest with you. I don't believe in this. I mean, I feel like white has different ways to play. I mean, obviously, the point of this is that you don't want to take here, because, you know, you're going to get mated. But, you know, this doesn't feel like the right way to play. It just doesn't feel right to me. I mean, I don't really know what to do here, though. I mean, it's possible to play knight a4, but I'm not sure about queen a5. You know, that's the thing. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what's a good reply. I mean, so v4 we can play v4, but it now takes on a4, and it's not exactly that clear what we have here. Or maybe now we take on g7. Maybe this is the way. And now everything is hanging. That rook's hanging. That bishop's hanging. We're a piece down, but we're about to take the rook back. So we're going to be up in exchange. And I don't think this is what black wants. Okay, so ed4 is out of the question. So I guess he plays knight f6 and goes for castles. This seems logical, and it seems like a normal position. Actually, I kind of like this strategy, because he's now changed the pawn structure and made it even more dynamic. Yeah. And there is always going to be this pawn tension that both sides can try to resolve in their favor. So it's adding, you know, an element of complexity to this game, which is exactly what Li Tian is trying to go for. Because I feel like when you're trying to play for a win as black, most important thing is to, you know, to create winning chances. I feel you have to put pressure on your opponent. You have to put them in a situation where they feel a bit uncomfortable, because they always have to worry about some sort of, you know, releasing of tension. And this is exactly what Li Tian is doing, and he's done a very good job of this. I feel like he's done a very good job of this throughout the whole tournament. And I don't understand this. It feels like there's a prearranged draw here, because I mean, I don't want to accuse anyone of anything, but it kind of feels that, I wouldn't say it's prearranged draw. That was a bad, you know, a bad phrase from myself. I don't think that any of them really decided before the game and agreed to make a draw, but I think they just don't want to beat each other in a critical round. That's probably what's happening, yeah, because it's the last round. If you beat each other, it's like, you know, it's gonna be a sour taste in your mouth, right? Especially if they're friends. So, you know, I feel like, you know, Nguyen has decided, you know, not to press too hard, and yeah, he's decided just to swap stuff off. And, you know, I feel like once that the night is gone on, you could still try to press on the queen side for sure, but, you know, maybe he decided just not to try. Yeah. I don't know why. I feel like I would have tried, but I think it's just that. I think it's two friends. They just don't want to beat each other, because, you know, it's just awful, you know, to lose the last round, and that's what's happened. Okay, so one guy who clearly wants to win the last round is Peter Kiryakov. Yeah, Peter hasn't been having the best tournament. I mean, he's won his first two games, then he lost to Duke Hua, and he's made a whole bunch of draws after that. So he's obviously looking to end the tournament with a win, because if he doesn't, then he's gonna drop below 2500. So, you know, he's hoping to maintain his 2500 rating so he can get more invitations, understandably so. And so he's played a very combative line. And Junying is not one to shy away from these complications. He's gonna play something like d4, I think. I mean, he's already played e4. So this is obviously extremely principled. He's played rook e1, d4. Which, by the way, wasn't even, you know, sort of necessary. You could even play some lines like, you know, bishop e7 and play for some sort of e3 and d4. So it was possible to play more positionally and play a very safe position. But Junying is not going for safety here. He's going for e4 and an aggressive lines. 97 and 95. Wow, so Junying is just going for the throat in this game. Okay, so what's Black gonna do? First things first. What happens if E takes D5? E takes D5 is gonna come, and I guess if King D8, the idea is some sort of Knight G5. And honestly, I'm not so sure, because I mean I can play King C7, Knight F7, Rook G8. How big is this compensation? Yeah, the King's a bit awkward on C7, but it's not really possible to attack it any further. I mean, it's relatively safe because the position is quite closed. At the same time, I mean, maybe I can go Knight G5 back and go to E6. Maybe there is some compensation here, but it is a full piece. It's a full piece, but also now I'm thinking about it, it's not so easy for Black to develop. So maybe there is quite a lot of compensations, and maybe it's actually a very big attack. So maybe it is something quite dangerous after all to play Knight D5. So maybe I am underestimating this move. Because also another thing is that we could block, but after we block, I guess it's a little bit awkward to try to castle kingside. Yeah, so maybe something like Queen E2. So now we're hitting this bishop on E7. Black must go back to D8. And now, let's see. We have ways to try to press this one. Firstly, castles is not a threat because we will take on E7. And Rook E doesn't work because I'm taking on D8. Just to give you a bit of an idea of what's going on. If I were to make a move like Bishop B2, I would be able to take this because now, I mean I just take on D8 or something, yeah? Or even take on D6. So, this is not working. So, but after Queen D8, a little bit ugly, and White will have compensation because he will. Maybe he can even try a move like this because maybe Knight F7 is coming now. In some lines, maybe not immediately, but in some lines this could be quite annoying. So I mean, it looks kind of interesting to try this. I don't know. I'm not sure how good this is objectively, but another thing is that Black doesn't have to accept the offer, right? He can play something like Queen D8, and yeah, I'm not sure he has to accept that offer with ED5. I mean, Black has options now. I mean, we might want to take on F6 here, but I think he'll take back. So I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what White has here in any case, but we'll see. I mean, Tan Junyi is very good at these sort of at handling the initiative, like as his fellow Penang player Wang Yinlong, who by the way is on the adjacent board, once said, Junying just likes to attack. He'll just attack and then somehow it works. So we'll see if that works out today. So Knight C3, Knight F6, Bishop G5, and you can sort of predict that with Yin Long playing, it's gonna be this line because he loves this line. He absolutely adores this line with Black. Bishop takes F6 and yeah, Knight C6 and E5. He's very well prepared. There's one thing about Yin Long. He's got good preparation and he does his homework. Well, he's got to be a lawyer very soon, so obviously he's a guy who enjoys studying studying things, be it chess or be it some cases. Surely, he'll have to, considering what it's gonna be in the future. Yeah, I mean, you don't practice law without studying as much as you can, right? About law and you have to of course go through a lot of cases and everything. So obviously he's got that part of him, and he's always a very well prepared player. And I think he's got a very nice endgame. He's got two bishops, king active, and I don't know. White has some play, of course, in terms of using this f5 square, but I'm not sure it's going to give him all that much. So I think Yinlong has once again, got his prep in, and he once again can be pretty happy about what he's got. I mean, I feel like that's one thing, right? If you do a lot of your homework before the game and you check these lines properly, it can really pay off. For sure. Okay, we have Laxman against Nguyen, and interestingly enough, seems like Nguyen has played he's played this line, Queen B3. Okay. The funny thing is Nguyen actually plays this line with both colors. He's played this position as Black against me. Yeah. I mean, I managed to win that game, but it was a total mess, and actually, I shouldn't have won that game. So, yeah, that was that. Yeah, but he does play this line with both colors. He's very experienced in the castle line with both sides. So Queen E1 and B5. The funny thing is, this is actually Nguyen's favorite plan with black. He likes to play b5 a lot. When I was preparing against him for the game, I realized that his favorite plan is to play a5 and b5, regardless of anything. And he did that against me as well. So, he's facing his favorite plan, so we'll see how it goes. Surprisingly, Laxman seems to be playing for a win this game, yeah. He's actually not making a quick draw. Or, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe in like what, in 10 minutes time he'll just offer a draw and he'll come out. So maybe I'm speaking a bit too soon. But okay, v4 is played. It's an interesting move. It's not the move I would think he would play, because normally in these type of positions, as I understand, black is preparing e5 in some sense. So v4 is a bit weird, because now I'm thinking, can I attack his pawn with something like a3 to try to undermine these queenside pawns? So he could play b3, but I'm thinking now I'll go a4, and maybe this guy might not be that happy about himself. Still, I think you have to play b3, right? Because if I take on b4, then it's probably not very good for you. So you might have to play b3, and then I'll play something like a4, and later I'll play knight d2 and try to target this pawn. Feels quite nice for white, actually. I'm not sure about this b4 move. It doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just checking the engine, and the engine sort of agrees with me. He thinks f5 is absolutely fine for black. So, yeah, b4 feels weird. Feels very weird. But, well, let's go back to the Anderson game. And as we can see, Anderson is indeed playing for the win. He's played bishop e7, rook c1, a3, and knight a5. Yeah, Anderson's like I told you, he's a beast over the board. He's a really nice guy, great guy over the board. But on the board, he's like, if I can't get an IM norm, then you're not getting one either. Which, to be fair, is the way I used to think when I was a kid. I still think that way nowadays. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I mean, that's how I know Anderson. Yeah, I mean, I was a way worse behaved kid, compared to Anderson. So, you know, there have been a lot of stories about, my temper tantrums as a kid, and I can confirm that, what you have heard is probably true. Whatever it is, yeah, there have been a lot of stories, and they are mostly true. So obviously Anderson is just a great kid, better than I was when I was his age. But over the board, he's just as competitive as I was. And you see, he's playing v5. He's trying for knight c4. You know, it's a fight now. It's a real fight. So I feel like this is a type of position that I should give some insight on, since I mean everybody knows I play this line a lot as white. Usually knight a5 is met with knight e5. This is my understanding. Especially with the rook on a7, because now this knight can't move because of knight c6. So this is usually the standard way of playing. I think Anderson's idea is to play knight d7 and to try to exchange these knights. And then he'll get knight c4 though. So I think this is what Carvin is a little bit worried about. Now, what can white do against this? I'm not sure actually. I'm not so sure. So sure. I feel like black has got some of what he wants somehow. I mean, white is played very logically. He's played rook c1. I think he's played this correctly as well. Rook c1 castles. Maybe a3 was not necessary here. I'm not sure about a3. Normally a3 is not a move here. Normally when you've got a rook on a7, the idea is to go for a quick knight a4. And it's very, very safe. Because if you get queen b6, you never lose this. That's my understanding. You probably never lose this after queen b6. Because one thing you have to be very careful about when playing Anderson is you have to be very careful about the subtle positional things, which is not something that is usual when you're playing Malaysians. That's what makes him a very difficult player, because he can outplay anyone from a slightly better position. So that's what makes him kind of scary as an opponent, and that's what makes him a very difficult opponent for me, because I'm not used to facing like fuller positional players who are who are super fine-tuned to all these details. So that I guess that's the reason why. But okay, knight a5 was played, so he's hit the queen, and now b5. So I think a3 is a move that you usually don't want to play that quickly in these lines, because now knight c4 becomes a lot easier for black. Yeah, because now it's very difficult to play b3 after that, because then a3 becomes a bit weak. Yeah, because normally the thing is you wait for knight c4 to come and then you hit him with b3. But now there could be knight a3, so that's my worry. And I think Calvin is not super comfortable about his situation, which is why he's spending more time here. Now, there are different ways to meet these type of ideas. There is also this idea with play a4, but the thing is that it feels a little bit bad here. Yeah, the knight on a2 could be a little stop. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. It's a weird position. I really don't want to play bishop d3. So I might have to. Might have to. So let's say I play knight e5, because I don't want to get run into bishop d3, bishop g4. Okay. So knight e5, knight d7. Bishop d3 here. Is it a chicken move? Absolutely, yes, it is a chicken move. But, you know, I know what I need. I know I only need a draw, right? So I'm hoping that by being chicken, I can make the draw. Okay, let's say we start with bishop d3. Now there is knight d3 to consider as well. That could be a very serious option, but let's say we go into a line like this. How bad is this? Knight c4. Okay, so the thing that I'm thinking is that against any normal Malaysian player, I would never lose this. The problem is that this is not any normal Malaysian player. This is Anderson. So, I could lose this. You know, he could squeeze me, actually. Could squeeze me a little bit. I don't know what I should do here. Maybe like rook c2, try to play rook c1. I don't think it's so bad. Yeah, maybe I'm overestimating the power of Andy. But, I don't know, it's starting to feel like black's very comfortable here. So Calvin has to maybe dig in and, just try to equalize at this point. Which is not what you want as white, but it's sometimes what you have to do. Okay, moving on, we have Wazaya. And there has been a lot of developments in this game. So we left it somewhere around these parts. And we were saying that, okay, it's a little bit of a passive line. Yeah, maybe not the best choice, but, if he decides that he wants to suffer, then, maybe that's his strategy, right? And, who am I to say it's wrong, right? So e6, knight takes e6, and bishop d4. It feels like suffering. It feels like white's a little bit better, and black will have to suffer a little bit. But objectively, if he plays well, plays decently, he should be able to hold this. So I think this is his strategy the whole tournament. We have seen what he's been doing the whole tournament. It's something like this. Has it really worked? Not really. So maybe he might want to think about playing more aggressively next time. Because I feel like this sort of, you know, trench-based warfare, as they say, works for some people but not for others. So, you might have to look at it but maybe he's satisfied with the positions he got, in which case he should stick with it. So, it's a lot of these type of questions that you have to ask yourself like after the tournament. But that's of course the questions you ask yourself after the tournament, not during the tournament. It's kind of pointless to ask yourself during the tournament. So Charichan has made a move which I'm not super a super big fan of. He's played f4. So he's going for the attack, and one thing I know is that Charichan likes these sort of attacks. He's not the best positional player. That's the fact. He's not a very good positional player. He's the anti-Anderson. He's more of like a Junying type of player, likes to attack. Positionally, not so strong. Okay, so this is my read on him. Obviously, I've played all of these guys quite a lot, so I have a lot of experience against these guys, which is why I have these reads. But yeah, he likes to attack, and he's not bad at that, and he's playing pretty well actually. So b5, and I guess he brings, because I'm thinking if I bring the other rook, the thing is that he can do this. Rook f7, as far as I can see, is leading nowhere. Just simply king f7, and there's no discovery. I mean, you just go back to g8 regardless. So this is not an issue. And if it's not an issue, then maybe I'm playing something like, no, I'm gonna protect this pawn, and I might play queen b6 as well. Who knows? If I can trade the queens, it'd be very nice for me. So I don't know. I feel like positionally black is doing well, but structurally black is doing well, but it depends really on whether white's able to get his attack to work. If white can get the attack to work, then then it could be very strong. But I don't really see how to do it at the moment. So we'll see if Charichan can do any better than us. Okay. Pottery. Back to the pottery game. By the way, as I was saying, right, Putri got a good position. She's a strong player, right? So I mean, she just needs to play more. That was what I was saying, right? And I stand by that. I mean, I made that, I made that statement 10 minutes ago. So it would be weird of me to change my tone just 10 minutes after. Although I have done that in the past, but yeah, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether the position is that great anymore. Was she justified in taking that pawn on f5? I don't know. Because I feel like here her position was good, and then I'm not sure about this whole d4 idea, because yeah, the bishop gets forced back, and white's bringing her knight to f3, and maybe pushing some sort of f5 or g4 in the future. So black decides to take on g5, which is a very convincing decision, because of course that dark squared bishop is black's best defender, right, of the king. So it feels like white should just bring the bishop to f4, and white's doing well. And I think now the obvious move is just bishop f4, and it looks like white should be doing well. Thing is that I guess we need to calculate some lines like this. Knight takes f3, rook takes f3 or something, and then e5. So it might not work tactically, so maybe we can't bring it to f4 yet. That's the thing. Okay, if we can't bring it to f4 yet, what options do we have? We can take on f6. That's one option. I mean, I don't think we can leave the pawn there, because knight g5 is an idea. So I think we have to play gf6. I think gf6, ef6, and then bishop f4. No, this looks very nice for white, no? It looks quite nice for white. Computer doesn't agree with me. He thinks it's absolutely fine for black. He thinks gf6 is forced. Yeah, and I mean some line like bishop h6. But I disagree. I disagree. I like the bishop. I really like the bishop. I feel like that bishop is just great. Yeah, I don't disagree much with the computer, but I don't know. I like the bishop. I like the bishop. Okay, go back to the Li Tian game. What's going on? So he's played e5. As expected, f takes e4 has been played, and black has hit the center with e5. No surprises there. So e5 has been played, and now we play queen d2. So white wants to take on e5, so black drops back to c7, knight f3, knight gf6. And now white plays d takes c5, because I guess if white were to just develop normally, the thing is that black actually has the better pawn structure, right? And he also has ideas like knight g4. Like, if he can take this bishop and take d4, it's a huge positional advantage, and then we will have a first GM. So we better. So I mean, white doesn't want to do that. He takes on e5. He's trying to create some play before black castles, because this is his last opportunity, sort of. Yeah, I feel like he's realized he's messed things up a little bit by playing rook b1. Rook's misplaced on b1 actually, and now he's trying to create some counterplay. But I'm not so sure. I mean, I can still castle, and I mean I can castle. Yeah, this is definitely a much better version than allowing knight g4. But at the same time, I feel like my position is still probably quite good, right? Okay, so I mean, one idea is I could play knight h5 here. I mean, this is a idea of the engine to play bishop d6 like this, and the bishop will stand very strongly on e5, and later on the knight can come back to f6 and maybe go to g4. Yeah, and can threaten to go to g4, so he might force h3. And actually, I really like black's position. I'm really liking Li Tian's position. That being said, I was saying that the last time Li Tian only needed a draw to become a grandmaster, so I will not say too much. The less the better. We'll just wait and see. So Yeoh is still here. There's no changes here. I think he just rook d8 or something, and he's doing very well. No question about that. He's doing well. I think he's doing well regardless. He's maybe even thinking of some sort of h5. Although I'm not sure about h5 because of knight h4, so maybe not h5. Maybe just rook d8. What's wrong with rook d8? It's like a normal move. Okay, let's move on. What else is there? There is Peter Kiriakov. Yeah, we've already seen this, right? 95 was saying that black's principal response is to take. And one thing you gotta know about these Russian grandmasters is that they are very principled. If they don't see why a move is good, you're gonna try to test you on it. They don't care who you are. So e takes d5 and bishop e7. Okay, what's gonna happen? Probably queen e2, yeah? Queen e2, queen d8. It's not so clear. We could play d4, come to think of it. This could be an interesting idea. So let's say if king f8, we could take on c5. And if knight takes c5, some sort of knight d4, knight f5 is coming. You can't play bishop c8 because knight c6 wins immediately, so we have to be a bit careful here. I mean, g6 also runs into bishop h6, so it's one of these positions where no, it's like white. It's a bit weird because black is up a full piece, but it's not so easy to find a way to make progress. Yeah, maybe queen d7. Because I was thinking if knight f5, maybe we can get away with this, but I feel like this is a lot of compensation, so maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe that's not a good idea after all. Maybe knight f5, rook e8. Maybe this is the way. We just take queen d7, rook e8. And then we try to slowly bring our bishop back to d8 and consolidate this. This feels like what black should be doing, really. Okay, so we'll see what happens in this position. I mean, I'm still waiting for him to prove some compensation, really. D4, king f8, for instance. This looks like a logical way. Okay, none of that has happened. He's played knight h4. So after bishop e7, he's went straight for knight h4. Threatening knight f5. Junying is direct like that. He's just direct with his play. It's actually also a really weird play in the sense that I can just never predict his moves. Yeah, when I'm playing him, I just can never predict his moves. So, knight f5 is coming. What can black do? The logical thing to do would be to play g6 to stop knight f5. But, okay, but what doesn't he like about this? Maybe some sort of queen e2, queen d8, and maybe bishop 8, and maybe just d4 here. So some line like this. I mean, white's a full piece down, but, there are a lot of... I mean, black can't really move anything. That's the problem, right? He can't really move anything. And I don't know. I don't know how to evaluate a position like this, actually. So, trying to think what this could be after g6. Yeah, I mean, this is probably what's going to happen. It's such a mess. Such a mess. And we'll see whether this actually happens in the game. Okay. So I see a lot of viewers now. Thank you all for tuning in. Everybody wants to see Li Tian do well today. Including and most especially myself. No, but the way I think about it is this. If he becomes a Grandmaster, it's great for everyone in Malaysia. If he doesn't, then suddenly my International Master title gains a lot of strength. So either way, it's a win-win for me. I can't lose today. So, I'm in a good mood today because of that. Either way, it's a good day for me. I can't say the same about Li Tian though. I can see he's under a lot of pressure. Like at the start of the game, you could see he came to the game 15 minutes early. Like he sat at the board 15 minutes early. He was the only player at the board at the time. Just like it was just the arbiters in the tournament hall, myself, and then it was Li Tian. So he was just sitting there. You can see on his face just like it's like blank expression, and he's just super focused. He knows what he needs to do, and he's gonna try his best to do it. That's sort of his approach for today. So, I mean, he's still thinking. He's not played knight takes c5 right away, so he must be thinking about some knight g4. Interesting idea as well, actually. But knight g4 does allow e6, so he's got to worry about this, right? F takes e6, and I think these sort of structural changes. No, I've got way less experience in the Caro-Kann than Li Tian has. I mean, the Caro-Kann has helped me to get my International Master title, but obviously, I mean, Li Tian has been playing the Caro-Kann his whole life, so you can't really compare the two of us. I'm a noob in the Caro-Kann, so but as I understand, this noob understands that allowing e6 is a little bit dodgy. So I'm trying to think, what is he trying to do aside from knight takes e5? He has to take, right? Maybe it's a... I don't think it's a broadcast error. I mean, Shin is too good for these things to happen, so yeah. If it was not Shin, I would say maybe broadcast error, but it's Shin, so yeah, it's impossible. Broadcast errors don't happen with Shin. It's simply impossible. So anyway, let's go and see some more interesting games. I mean, that game will take some time to heat up, but when it really heats up, it will be a mess. This is my prediction. When that game heats up, it'll be a total mess. So you might want to tune in. Like, you want to definitely be here in like an hour to an hour and a half's time, because it's gonna be a total mess. Yeah, and at the end of the day, I will be happy but I'm not sure about Li Tian, for reasons we already mentioned previously. Yeah. So Queen E1, B5, C5, and okay, we were saying A3, right? I'm not sure whether the computer likes A3. Oh, the computer does like A3, but it says 92 is also good. It makes sense, obviously. F5, and surely A3 now must have in the move, right? Because actually, this makes even more sense because you can't even play B3, right? So this makes even more sense. And if you have to do this, then surely opening the A file is just really nice for me, you know. And now it's just a great version of this Catalan. But okay, C5 was played, and now B4. I mean, we've already seen this. And after F5, he plays Knight E5. I'm not sure about this. I don't feel like this is right. Okay, first things first. I think if we try to be smart with this, I think we might be in trouble because Knight C6. And you lose the knight. Okay, so this is not possible. I mean, my point was to do this, but I mean, Knight C6 is over. So you have to take on E5, which he has done, and he takes E5. So I'm always a bit skeptical of this structure because it feels like, you know, we've created some weaknesses for no reason. Now, normally the reason why White does this is that he tries to use the d4 square for his knight. So he's going some sort of knight b3 to d4. That's my understanding of this structure. Now, can he actually get that? Maybe he can. Oh, maybe he can't. Oh, sorry. I just realized he can swap the knight off. That's why Laxman swaps the knight off, so that you can't play knight b3 to d4. Smart guy. What am I talking about? He's a grandmaster. Obviously he's smart, right? You know, obviously he knows something about chess. You don't become a grandmaster by being a noob. So, Queen d2 was played. Of course. And now I don't mind Laxman's position. Yeah, bishop a6, right? That bishop is gonna be really nice. He's gonna that bishop is activated, and I think the biggest issue with such a pawn structure is black. Because if you look at it, black actually has the better pawn structure, right? The most solid pawn structure. But the only issue is that that bishop might not activate. But by playing b5, b4, he has activated this bishop, and that's the whole point of playing b4. So I feel like Nguyen's last few moves have sort of justified black's play. So I'm a bit perplexed by what he's doing. I don't really understand what's going on. But we'll see. Maybe I just don't know because he's a grandmaster. So maybe he knows better than me. You know, I'm only an IM, so I mean I'm not I'm not that great at this, yeah. Maybe he knows better than me. But I don't know. I'm not convinced at all by this. I'm not convinced by this. So let's see. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, for those of you guys in the chat, yeah, thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for tuning in today. It's absolutely great to see you guys here. And normally I don't really have that much energy, but seeing all of you guys tuning in, all of you guys supporting, and all of you guys cheering on Li Tian together, we are going to cheer him up until he gets it. We're going to cheer him on until he gets it. That's what's going to happen. If he doesn't get it this tournament, we're going to cheer it on the next tournament, and the next tournament after that until he finally gets it. So, he's going to get it at the end. Eventually, the support will prove too much, and he'll be forced to get it. That's our strategy. It's going to work. It's going to work. I have a feeling it's going to work. I have actually a good feeling about this game, to be honest with you. Like, before this tournament, I think me, Isvaran, and pretty much all the top 10 in Malaysia had a very good feeling about this game. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. I won't say too much again. I remember what happened with Anderson yesterday. So, after having jinxed a good friend, I'm not going to jinx another one. But, okay, by the way, you know, I was saying, this guy's not bad at attack, right? He plays Rook F1, and plays Queen F2, so he's tripling on the F file. So why Bishop C8? I'm thinking, the Bishop is kind of dumb on B7. So I guess she's trying to get Rook A7 ideas to work. I still didn't get why she didn't like Knight D7. What's wrong with this? Did she not like something like Knight H4 maybe? But then there's Knight E5, so clearly that's not the reason. Because the point is that, yes, F7 is a little bit weak, but basically in order to hit F7, you're going to have to move the knight, right? As soon as you move the knight, I play Knight E5 and I plug F7. That's my idea. And also I have Queen B6 as an idea. That's why I like this move so much. So I'm thinking King H1, but then I get Queen B6, I guess? I'm hitting the queen, so you must go back. And then maybe I just play rook e7. Same thing. If you move the knight, I get knight e5. I don't know though. Maybe this is still interesting though because you get knight f5, so maybe it's not so clear after all. Yeah, but I kind of like this. Of like, okay, I've just realized that I've just turned on the engine and realized that I'm kind of dumb. Okay, it seems that all the moves are good for white. 97 runs the queen f2 apparently, and somehow this attack is stronger than I gave him credit for. Queen g3, knight e5, and just like knight d4 or something. Apparently rook f5 is just winning for white. Wow. Okay, I guess it's some reason because of rook f6 or something. Yeah, it is because of rook f6. Okay, so tactics seem to work well for white. No, queen f2 is a really cool move, and he's found queen f2 as well after bishop ca. Was that the best move? Dude, I told you, right? This guy has very good attacking, prowess. He's maybe not the best positional player, but when it comes to attack, he's very good. So it's basically a Junying. You got the new version of Junying, and obviously Junying is number 3 player in Malaysia. So, I guess that's a good sign. Yeah, could become a very strong player in the future. In fact, I know grandmasters who have no positional understanding and only know how to attack. So, you can become very strong just by attacking well. Because after all, when you give checkmate, you win the game, and that's I think something that we have already mentioned. Okay. Alright. So let's move on. What happened in the Mahjong game? GF6 was played. This is as expected. We were expecting GF6. Knight takes F3. Interesting. So it doesn't take back on F3, on F6 right away. This feels weird. This feels actually quite weird. Rook quick takes F3 and he plays E5. I'm a bit perplexed by her decision this game. It feels weird what she's doing. At the same time, I can see that Rook F6 is gonna come. So this must be a point, yeah? So what does white play? She plays Queen D2. She wants to play Queen H6. This is absolutely clear. Rook F6, Queen H... Oh, she takes on F6 first. Yeah, okay, fine. Because you can't let her take on F3 and take on H3, right? So you take on F6, Queen F6. But I'm not super convinced by this, yeah? What could be the idea? I mean, Queen H6 doesn't feel that great because of Queen G7. I feel like the Queen H6 is always going to favor black. Because, once these queens come off the board, black will just play Bishop E6. And she have all the time in the world to improve her knight. And yes, it's the 2 bishops, but the 2 bishops don't make that great of an impression now, right? Position is relatively closed. And there's no real way to activate, especially that Bishop on G2. So, maybe what she did makes a lot of sense after all. Maybe it makes a lot of sense what she's done. Put that pawn on E5. I did say she's quite a strong player. So, I mean, obviously I think she's underrated for 2000. She's definitely not the 2000 player. Say she's like 2100. Yeah, or maybe a little higher, maybe 2200 on a good day. So, yeah, rook takes F6, queen takes F6. What's the other option? Bishop A3 maybe. It looks weird to go this way. Hear me out on this. I'm hitting this pawn, right? I want rook F1. And I want to see where your queen goes. Yeah, so my idea is let's say black plays B6. I want to play rook F1. Where do you go? If you go to E7, oh, I go into H6 like this. Now maybe I'm still overstating my case because it's still Queen G7. Okay, so maybe it's still fine, but maybe I have B4. And maybe I can take on C5, go Queen A5 on a good day. Still not so sure though. I mean, he can play Rook C8. So it's not clear. Still quite unclear actually. Still quite unclear. When you're hitting that C5 pawn, there's no way to put more pressure on it, no? C3 maybe. Maybe I try to open the C file. But then maybe black starts to get counterplay. Knight G5, but then I get H4, yeah? And I mean, what I want to do is really something like this, and you might be in trouble here. Maybe not though, still Queen D6, and apparently this is actually fine for black. So maybe this is maybe a typical play, yeah? What might happen in this game. Yeah, but okay, I'm not so sure what she's gonna do. Feels like White has a little tiny bit, but the thing is that her initiative can extinguish itself at any given moment, and if that happens, then suddenly the Black Center, Black's Knight, and Black's pieces could just start to get very well placed and get quite strong. So it could turn around very quickly these start positions because they're quite imbalanced in that sense. Okay, how's the Junior game going? It's total mess, right? So Junior sacked a piece and displayed d4. C takes d4. Okay, so his Grandmaster is really accepting the challenge now. He's really accepted the challenge, and we'll see if it actually works. So Bishop b2. B takes c4 feels like the principal option. Bishop takes d4, Queen d8, and some sort of B takes c4 like this. Okay, where is the compensation? I mean, I guess the compensation is quite obvious. It's like, it's hard for Black to move anything. But okay, it's still a piece, yeah. So, how can Black try to get out of this? That's the question. Hmm, not so easy. Not so easy. Something to be said for Rook C8, maybe. Hitting that pawn, because I don't see any threat for White. White doesn't have any immediate threat. So I'm thinking I just need to maybe annoy White a little bit. So I might want to play Queen E2. I was going to say Knight E5, but it might run into C5. That could be a bit of an issue for us. So, no, I just realized, wait, can we just castle? Can we just castle here? What's wrong with that? Right, okay, so maybe we can't take on C4 because of castles, but if we don't, let's say what can we do? How can we stop him from castling? Say Queen E2, I can play maybe Bishop... No, I can't take on D5, so maybe it is Queen E2. Maybe it is Queen E2, but can I, sort of take another pawn? A takes B3. So now I'm actually a full piece up. Actually a full piece. Then I still have problems with E7. So what am I thinking? Thinking something like Rook C8. So I can get Rook C7, and if I can protect this guy, maybe I can move that knight and maybe then castle. I don't know. I mean, White has to find some sort of compensation for this, right? Surely. Yeah, I don't really see it, honestly. B takes C4 seems like the way, yeah? Because, okay, let's try to work it out here. I mean, there are no other options than Bishop D4, right? And I play Queen D8. Yeah, I'm waiting for Junying to show me. Junying is a good attacker, right? So he needs to show me. I'm not a player who likes to play this type of, you know, intuitive sacrifice. Not my style, not my cup of tea. You know, we are both 2400, but we could not be more different in terms of our playing style. So yeah, it's that's what it is. The funny thing is we are both 2400 and we are both D4 players, but we're so different. Oh, okay. So Bishop D3 was played, and he took on E5. So I was not suggesting Knight takes E5, right? So this is a Carvin game, by the way. And remember, Carvin only needs a draw to get his first IM now. So this was not what I was suggesting. But I was a bit worried about Bishop F5 actually. And Carvin has asked the same question: what happens after Bishop F5? So clearly, E takes F5 is bad. This one is clear because D5 is a big weakness. So Bishop F5, Knight C4. That's the critical move. He's hitting B2. But is it such a big problem? Let's say I play Bishop D3. My idea is very obvious. I'm keeping the bishop. If you take, might do this. And I get that knight back. And the question is, how is a position like this? Because white has, I mean, it's equal material, but of course black has this queen side majority, whereas black's lost the h7 pawn. So this feels quite messy. Honestly, I wouldn't be so happy if I was white here, especially knowing how good Anderson is in these top positions, but, you know, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to feel about this game. On one hand, I want Anderson to do well, but on the other hand, it's like, I would like to see an IM norm. That would be great. It'd be great for Malaysian chess if we have like Because already this month, a lot of players have scored IM norms. I've scored 2, you know, Calvin might score another one. That would have been 3 already this month. And that's after a long time without any IM norms. So, like, we haven't had any from someone not named Han Jinying for the last, 3 years. So, you know, it will be good to see more players actually going for it. And especially Calvin. I think Calvin might even be on track for 2300 if he wins this game. I don't know whether he'll actually be 2300. That would be pretty epic, to be fair, yeah, if it's 2300. Because, I mean, I would say, though, if he does become 2300, he would deserve it. He would deserve it, given the way he's played this whole tournament. Now we'll leave it at that. Knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, bishop d4. d5 is played, c takes d5, e takes d5, and e5. And we're hitting that knight on f6. Yeah, Yeoh Tian has moved already. Oh, we have news from Li Tian, so we're gonna jump back to Li Tian's game. Come back to that one soon. Ooh, no, he did not. Did he really? Okay, so maybe I'm the noob in the Karokan because I did say that he couldn't allow this, and he does allow this. So maybe I'm the noob after all. I mean, the thing is, another thing that I didn't like about it is that I wanted to keep this sort of last. I wanted to keep this pawn on f7 to have a nice structure because it's helpful to play for a win, right? But okay, Li Tian has a I think concrete idea. He wants this bishop. He wants this bishop very much. And if bishop f4, I think he will kick him with e5, so forcing the bishop back to g3. And then I don't know. I don't know because I'm thinking castles. If castles, I think bishop c4, right? And then white castles as well. And then white can play h3. Or is it there's bishop c5? Yeah, okay, maybe there is bishop c5 and knight e3, which is what I forgot about. Maybe I'm the noob after all. It's quite possible I am. Okay. That is a very strong move. So maybe this is his idea. And if he goes to d4, it doesn't help. He still goes e5. So he's basically gonna get that bishop. It's almost guaranteed to get that bishop. Yeah, I mean, I'm checking it with the engine. Engine kind of likes knight g4 as well. He thinks they're about the same, knight g4 and knight takes e5. But I can really see the point now. He's gonna get that bishop probably. Either he's gonna get that bishop, or that bishop is gonna be forced to g3. Either way, I don't think Li Tian's complaining. He's got what he wants. It's a position which is quite combative, where he's got some initiative, and he's putting some pressure. This is as much as you can ask for as black against a strong player. So, we'll see whether he's able to make anything of it. Okay, let's see how Kyriakov is doing. Still no updates here. Any other requests for anyone else? Yeah, we are all rooting for Li Tian. Yeah, he's a great inspiration. Imagine if he becomes a grandmaster. It's gonna be an even bigger inspiration to all of us. So, yeah, we're gonna see how that one goes. All right. See if we can get anyone else. Okay, so we left the Uzziah game here, right? And Uzziah's played d5, which is quite interesting because he's basically accepted that he's gonna have that pawn on d5, and that white's gonna play e5 and play f4, f5. And I'm not sure about this. This feels actually really dangerous to me. I mean, okay, e5 is hit though, so it's got to be something here. e5 has been hit. So, no, it's not so easy. Because I guess e6 is a very logical move, right? With the idea of fe6, f6. But I'm thinking, can black insert something like this? Bishop d4, queen d4. I think it makes sense to do this. Still feels very dangerous for black though. I wouldn't be very confident if I'm black here. Yeah, the pawn's going into f7. Now maybe it was that like, I don't care, I'll play e5. f7, king g7. Do your worst. And I'm not sure white has anything. Because if white doesn't have anything, then it could be a problem for him, right? Queen h4, queen d6 for instance. It looks sketchy, but I know this is how Uzziah likes to play chess. Sometimes he'll do something that looks completely ridiculous, but then it's not easy to refute. Especially in rapid chess, this is very dangerous because if you can't refuse it, then he'll win. And that's actually how I've lost to him in the past. Basically, he does something like that. I can't find the refutation, and then, I can't find the refutation because I have like a few minutes left, and then because of that, I get into trouble. Yeah. So this is his style of play, and maybe that's why it hasn't worked that well recently in classical because in classical it's a different game. You have time to find all these moves. Yeah, it's not like rapid where you just have to move and everything. But in classical you have time. Speak of moves, is there something to be said for some knight e4 ideas here? Not so sure. Knight e4, pawn takes e4. But there's queen c5 check if you do this. Still king h1. Nah, but this doesn't work, right? Like queen f6, king h6. And it's a draw, but nothing more. And it was nice, happy with a draw for sure. So, you see, this is kind of what he likes, right? These sort of massive situations where sort of don't know what's going on. There is the option to play f6, but I don't like that because the bishop can move away. That bishop isn't going to get into trouble on h6 because there's no real way to exploit it. Knight e6 is coming as well, so I don't really like this. But then how to defend e5? See, this is what Zai likes to do. And he likes to put you in situations where you have to find moves, yeah, to maintain your advantage. And well, the engine is actually suggesting b4. He says e6 is possible, but he agrees that there isn't really much here actually. Yeah, queen h4 and yeah, just queen d6 as we were mentioning, right? So it's not really very much here. So obviously white has full compensation, but it's not going to be enough for more than that. So apparently the best move is b4, which is weird, yeah, because it's not weird. It makes sense. You're going to play b5, but it's not intuitive because you're not looking at that side of the board. You're thinking of how to break through on the king side, how to protect e5, and suddenly it turns out b5 is the problem. Bishop takes c5 and you just play b5 like this. Yeah. Even this is not so clear, but by the way, the idea is that if you move the bishop back, there can be some knight d5. But even here, it's not really that clear, right? Like queen d6. We're probably having a good position here, but yeah, it looks like a very nice position, nice attack, but it's still not so easy to break through after something like this. So yeah, we'll see how this works for black. The computer really likes white, but as black, sorry, as a human, I'm looking at this position. Looks like I have to prove something still. It looks a bit dangerous for black, of course, but you have to prove it, right? Down a pawn, there's limited material on the board, so it's not clear. It's not that clear to me. Okay, let's go on to the high stakes games again. Is Woody Dama still thinking? Yes, he is. He's gonna probably be in the tank for a while. Yeah, this is usually what's gonna happen. He's gonna be in the tank for a while, and we'll see how this turns out. So Anderson's game, Bishop f5. Again, still no action here. So I think we'll take a quick 10-minute break. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon because I think there will be some moves coming in very quickly. So yeah, stay tuned and I'll be back very soon.
Hi everyone. If anyone's watching, I'm sure you all are trying to watch the first time a Malaysian creates history, and that's why I'm here as well to be part of history being made if it is going to be made. So thanks, FM. Are you FM or I am Marie?
Well, I'm sort of I am elect at this point.
Okay.
I'm just flying around. I'm flying now actually at the moment. So
I see. I
yeah,
see.
hopefully in the next VDA Congress it'll be approved. We'll see.
Amazing.
But
So
we are not here to talk about me today. Yeah, it's not my day today. It's the day of the legend. Yeah, Mr. Yeoh Tian,
yep,
and
yep.
the whole of the top Malaysian chess is here actually. Everyone is here to support him,
For sure, for sure.
except Zoran, but I'm sure he'll make an
Looking
appearance
at the
later.
Secretary of Malaysian Chess Federation as well,
Yeah.
just entering the scene. And so, as I was saying, I'm thankful to I am Chan Kim Yu for inviting me to say a few words. It's been quite some time that I addressed everyone and talked about a chess position.
Yeah.
To be honest, okay. So what I'm seeing here is that uh, well, before I talk about the position, I'd just like to say that I have full faith in Li Tian. For I think it's about 10 years now that I I switched from being a sort of I switched from being a sort of competitor to Yo Li
Yeah.
Tian to someone who really looks up to how he plays chess.
You guys
Because
are about the same generation, right?
he's slightly younger than me, and so
Right.
since he was a genius at a very young age, he joined our generation in terms of as far as chess is
Right.
concerned. But I always felt that he wasn't as strong as the hype was making him look like until I think it was 8, 9, 10 years ago when I played against him, and then I realized like how strong he actually is and how strong he has become. And right after that, I started taking him more seriously, and it was no longer that friendly competition anymore. It's more, as I said, me looking up to him and the way he plays chess
Right.
and having full confidence of the moves and the type of chess that he's going to bring over the board. So I had the privilege of taking him to Vietnam, where he was, scheduled, you could say, to get his final Grandmaster nom in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was in Vietnam, and unfortunately, he did not manage to do it then. And I'm really hopeful that this is the place that he
Yeah.
would do it. And right now, all he needs is a win, as I understand.
Yeah.
Uh,
Easier said than done,
Easier
obviously.
said than
He's
done
got a
with the black
difficult
pieces.
opponent today, yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we'll see whether he can do it. So this is the position that we have on the board. It's his favorite pet lion, Caro-Kann,
Mhm.
which has served him well in good and bad moments.
Mhm.
I remember in that game where that fateful game that he lost to Prin, it was a Caro-Kann as well.
Mhm.
It was the exchange version, so it's a completely different line.
Yeah.
And what do you think of this
Oh,
opening
well,
choice?
I don't know what to say about the opening itself and about the choice. As I said, I have full confidence that he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows like what kind of game he wants to lead this must-win situation into for that win. I mean, it's quite clear that his opponent is expecting him to play for a win, and I remember through a lot of discussion with him that he particularly believes, and rightly so, that you should keep an equal position and just grind with chances rather than force the win or make it apparent that you're trying to force the win.
Yeah.
And that's the best way to play for a win in these cases.
Yeah.
Because your opponent is the one who's going to be, in the back foot, like hoping that you do something, because right now all you're doing is waiting for your opponent to show his hand, like try to win. But in this case, if you just chill and just do your thing and, and keep it equal, I think that's really good. So
Yep.
as far as the opening choice is concerned, I think it's perfect since he's very very experienced in this, and he's, I mean, the position looks just right, just nice. What do
Yeah.
you think? I think it's
Yeah,
good.
I think
It's
it's a. I absolutely agree with you in that. Yeah, because
Mhm.
I've realized also after playing, of course, many must-win games, actually, I've done the same. That actually this is absolutely true. You don't want to really play a really forcing line because
Mhm.
what happens is everything just comes off, and then either that or your opponent just knows everything, and then then you're just not getting any winning chances. But it's
Mhm.
better to just slowly improve your position. Just play normal chess, and then you know take your chances when they come.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, because the
Absolutely.
longer the game, the more chances your opponent's gonna give you, right? You
Yeah.
give them more chances to make the mistake, then
Yeah. Yep.
like if you try to force things and they have only that many chances to make the mistake,
Yes.
right? Because everything's quite forced. But
Mhm.
when it's a position where there are a lot of possibilities, like this one, right? Like
Mhm.
what he's done, he's got a lot of options to. His opponent has a lot of ways to go wrong.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
That being said, I'm trying to think how can he get his light squared bishop out here? Because I
Yep.
think that's the question, right?
Mhm.
Is it gonna be some sort of v6? Because I'm a bit worried that if I play c5, there can be knight v5.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. How do we get the bishop out? Or do we do this?
To
That's
be
the other thing.
to be honest with you, like as far as the position goes, I actually really like White's position. I just don't. I don't.
Didn't you just say you had full confidence in
I
his
do. I
choice?
do. That's why I never got like a chance to beat him because I always liked my positions when I was playing against him, and he ends up getting an advantage after that. So, um,
Right. We certainly hope that's gonna be the case this time.
yes, yes, and
No, but
definitely
we
as
were a
you were
bit
saying,
surprised
there's.
yeah earlier because just now when we're looking at the position, I was thinking he was gonna play e5
Hmm.
because I was looking at the position here, and of course bishop f4 is the most natural move,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I thought he was gonna go for something like this actually. Yeah, I think just castles like this.
Yeah,
And no, I was looking at some line like this, and now castles is of course disastrous because
yeah,
of bishop c5 and some knight
yeah.
e3. Actually, apparently queen b6 is stronger than bishop c5, but
Hmm.
yeah, there is gonna be knight e3. So I thought he was gonna go for this. Now maybe what he didn't like is that white is getting bishop c4. White's play is quite easy here.
Hmm.
So he wanted to keep the pawn on e6 so that there is no that bishop c4 move is not that good, right? And he can't
In
put the
that
bishop to
previous
c4.
variation, I'm sorry, I'm quite
Yep.
rusty, but like, what happens after just h3?
Yeah, I think he has to play
H3 and
h3.
knight
Yeah,
d5?
that's a good question. Yeah, it's not so clear. Yeah. I mean, I saw that the engine was suggesting something like h5, which makes sense, right? If we're
If
hitting
the
this
engine's
bishop.
suggesting that, maybe there's a forced variation. I'm not sure.
Well,
Forced draw in like, okay, so like,
as a knight e6, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah,
You go to v6 or something. Oh, but then there's
bishop
knight
f2,
f8
yeah.
though. Ah, yeah, bishop f2. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Yeah, that's true. I don't really see how this one works actually.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird though. I can't seem to figure it out. It just seems like an exchange to me.
Yeah,
Like he seems to have to play rook f2, but that's great for white.
yeah.
Okay, I agree. You're right. Knight g5
Or
is
maybe
maybe
there's
an
knight
issue. Yeah.
b6 at the end,
Yeah,
or
maybe there
some
is some
funny
sort of
stuff.
knight b6.
Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe after h3, some knight b6.
yeah.
But okay, you have to think about hg4 as well. Some of these lines. I'm not sure whether they work, but something can worry you, right?
Yeah, yeah, it
Okay.
is. It is funny.
So yeah, okay, I can understand why he doesn't like that. So he goes for knight e5.
Hmm.
The knight's actually really strong on e5,
Hmm.
right? So that's what he's going for. He's just saying, I've got this strong knight on e5, and I'll figure out what to do with my bishop later.
Mm.
So black seeing that black, so white seeing that black wants to go bishop d7.
Yeah.
It's like no, no bishop d7 for you. Rook d1,
Mm.
and then what? So I'm just trying to figure out because if this bishop can somehow come out, I like black already.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because the
To
structure is
G6, yeah.
better for black, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit better for black
Yeah, for sure.
because that pawn on e4 is sort of blocking white's pieces, right? White would like to get knight e4 in some
Yep.
cases,
Yep.
but the pawn's there, and that makes the knight on c3 maybe not that great.
Mm-hmm.
But The problem is that how to get that bishop out.
Well,
V6
B6,
maybe.
yeah.
It has to be
It
V6
has
now,
to be
surely.
B6, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that maybe he can come in, so sort of Queen D6 at some point.
Mhm.
I'm not sure whether I should be worried about that, but
Well, I think
I'm.
White would like to go
Let's say we
Queen
go in
D6,
Queen
yeah.
D6. I think you have to take, right? Because otherwise, how do you protect E5?
Hi, bro. Yeah. So we're joined by Malaysian Chess Federation Vice President,
Yeah.
Mr. Firdaus.
Do you want to join us? Do
He's
you
in
want to
the
join us?
hall.
Come. There's enough space for three here.
Okay.
Yeah. No? No. Everybody's quite media shy here. I don't know why. Yeah. Like, but okay. Rook takes D6. I think the problem in some of these endgames is, do you have winning chances realistically?
Um.
That's what I'm a bit worried about because I'm sure he won't lose this game if you
Hmm.
do this.
Hmm.
But I mean, White's pieces look really active,
Like I'm trying to
and I'm
look for
sure
a
you can
move
trade
for
them
black.
off.
I can't find a move for black. A knight G6, I guess. That's the only thing.
Okay, let's say I were to go back. C6 is still a problem.
C5, right?
Yeah, maybe. Can I go bishop C4 maybe?
Definitely. Yeah. The moment you move the knight, that's gonna be the issue.
Yeah, it's always bishop C4.
And then knight E5 again.
Yeah,
And then knight E4. I mean, yeah.
I think I might take on E6 now, no? Can I get away with
And
it?
probably takes king
Takes
knight C4.
C1? Ah, but it's not
Oh
A3.
goddamn, yeah.
But knight A3 rook
Bishop D, no,
F6,
no,
so it
bishop
doesn't
D4
work.
check
Oh,
wins on the
wait.
spot.
So
Yeah,
I have to be
sorry.
very
Yeah,
careful here.
yeah.
Yeah, so I have to be quite careful here. So maybe this is still okay, yeah? Knight
But
E5.
then
But
again,
let's say
what
I
do you
go
do
back now
here?
with a bishop E2. I'm like, okay, fine, play for a win, my friend. It's
Or
going to
bishop
be a bit hard.
B3 is, I
Yeah.
think, much stronger there.
Bishop B3?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just thinking, is C4 any good in these sort of situations?
Well, I
I mean, I
rarely
have to
think
go
that
to
would be.
A2,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, at least I've managed to block your bishop, but I still have the same problem, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because I
And
would like to go like bishop V7, but E6 hangs.
mm,
So still the same problem. So yeah, I could maybe even go bishop V3, but okay, even if we go something like bishop E2, like just stopping knight G4 ideas, it's like
yeah.
how do you make progress, right? I think that's a small issue there. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's not played V6, has he? Is he played? No, he's still thinking.
But how else are you going to develop
Yeah,
the C8 bishop? I think B6.
it has to be
It has to
V6,
be
right?
B6.
Or maybe the computer's just like, oh, just push some A5 or something, and that's what they say nowadays, right? You look at the
Yeah.
engines and they're like, oh, A5, like is fine, and then somehow he's like going A4, rook A5 or
Yeah.
something. It wouldn't surprise me if it was something like that, to be honest, because like that's how the engines think nowadays, right? But I don't really believe in that, to be honest. But yeah, B6, maybe not even Queen D6. Is there a better move here? Trying to figure that out. No, actually, I quite like Queen
Yeah,
D6.
yeah.
I quite like Queen D6.
Considering the match situation, I think your opponent will go for stuff like this,
Yeah.
like just trading pieces and maintaining like healthy looking advantage. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure White thinks he's slightly somewhat better here.
Yeah, but as we saw, it's not so easy. Yeah? And I'm
Uh-huh.
sure White also understands he's a strong international master. He's gonna understand that it's not so easy,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, hey, we were looking at knight G6, right?
Yeah.
Is that the only move? Let's
Mm.
say if we just play C5,
Yeah, you could.
what happens here?
I was
Because I wanted
just
to
a
maintain
little.
that knight on E5, right?
I was just a little annoyed about Bishop B5. That was what
B5.
was annoying me. I mean, first sight, because right now White's threat is to exchange everything and then put your rook on E8 and then try and get Bishop
Yeah.
C6. That's what White's trying to do. I mean, in that position, White's not really in any risk of losing.
Yeah, I think the problem is that there's gonna be this bishop c6 move, right? And
Yeah.
I think you might so just to show what we're talking about, let's say a6, right? So now I guess he wants to
If
take on e5,
a6,
right?
yeah, you take on e5.
Bishop takes e5, rook takes f8, and this is what you're talking about, right? Getting
Yes.
the rook to e8 in some way,
Yeah,
and
and
then
bishop
bishop c6,
c6.
and that's gonna be a problem because
Uh-huh.
well, me or is it
Well,
a problem? You play rook v8, and the bishop can move because the rook is protected, right? Like maybe I can start to push
no, as I
my
said,
pawns
I'm
here.
super rusty. This is good for black.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good for black. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so
not bishop e5,
maybe not
a6.
bishop
Yeah.
e5. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, none of that has happened. He's played rook d8.
Okay. Okay.
He wants that bishop d7 idea. I have a feeling he wants that.
Hmm.
No, because he doesn't want to play b6, right? Because
Yeah.
the thing is, I feel the problem with b6 is that even if you put the bishop on b7, how do you continue? Because you play c5, you always have to worry about knight b5,
Hmm.
right? So it's like if I put the bishop here,
Yeah.
then I'll have a good position,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Like you always have to worry about the e4 pawn in that case,
For
right?
sure.
And I've got this perfect queenside structure,
Yeah.
and I can put
Okay,
his queen on
just
e3. Hmm.
okay, let's get get rid of all these force moves. They're bugging me a little bit. So like queen takes d8, is that an option instead of queen e3?
Queen takes d8.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d8. Bishop takes e5.
Yeah,
Queen
queen
b6.
d6, bishop
Bishop
d4,
d4.
queen c7, and then bishop c5. Wait, am I missing something? Yeah, bishop c5. Oh, this
Just
just
bishop
bishop
e7
e7.
there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But you could go back bishop e5.
Yeah,
Queen
bishop
b6.
e5. Oh,
Queen
there's
b6.
just
Bishop
c5, right?
d4.
Yeah, there's
c5
just
knight
c5.
a4.
Uh, yeah, that's something you got to calculate and make sure.
It's a good point. Yeah, queen takes d8.
Because what I was thinking was queen takes d8. Okay, let's say it
Yep,
works.
let's
Then
say
queen
queen
takes
takes
d8.
d8.
No,
Bishop
then
takes d5.
just
Maybe
sorry.
just no, I can't do that.
Sorry. So what
Queen
I was
e6
thinking is
check.
just positionally, like let's say queen takes d8 works.
Yep.
Black recaptures with the queen instead of the bishop, and
The
then
queen.
hmm so queen takes d8, and then rook
Doesn't
takes
that just
d8.
lose a piece?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. So bishop takes d8 is
So
forced.
right,
Yeah.
I was blundering a lot just now. Now it's your turn. That's only fair. Yeah. Queen takes d8.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d8. Bishop takes c5.
Hmm.
So what we're looking at, queen b6 check.
Hmm.
Bishop d4.
Yeah.
But now you're not threatening to take on d8. Your threat is bishop c5.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Everything made possible thanks to the bishop on c8. Yeah.
What happens if I go, let's say, queen a5 now?
Just b4,
Queen takes a3.
then bishop
Then bishop
c3.
c5 though, yeah. Yeah, that's maybe a problem. Yeah, b4 is maybe a problem there. Maybe it's so c5, knight a4.
Uh-huh.
It has to be something there, right? I think. I don't see what is. Queen e7, there's always bishop e5.
Yeah.
How do you get out of this repetition? So annoying. It's- Okay, so the worst case is that I
Bishop
I do
e5.
something like this, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I go queen e8,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
So I have the two bishops here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be worse. I must be better. Because you don't have rook d8 check, right? And I get king e7. My king's in the center, I get e5. It should be better here, right? I must be better here. So this is the minimum that I have. I don't know whether I have anything better than this.
Mm.
Probably not. We probably should move on as well, but just to check. Ooh, this is actually working. Queen d8. Still very sharp, yeah? Queen takes d8. So we're saying here Queen e7. Queen e7 actually doesn't work. Wow. King h1. Just
Oh, just
e5.
e5. Yeah, I was trying to get e5
Wow.
later, but apparently it's really strong here before your check on f8 because you blocked the bishop forever. In
Yeah.
that final
You
position
just
after
don't give
e5, black
f8.
had bishop c7. But
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
But now it's not even rook f8. It's just you play knight
Yeah, nah,
e4,
you
and then
just
bishop
crush. Yeah,
h5 is the big
absolutely.
problem
Yeah,
because if you play g6, then knight f6 is
yeah.
disastrous.
This is really good. You can just keep this position with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we could try h6 or something, but
Mm,
still knight e4,
mm.
and you can't move anything. I
Yeah,
think that's
for
the
sure,
problem.
for sure.
So actually, this would have been a really cool way to maybe force the draw. Wow, you could actually take here.
Ooh, I missed that. Yeah,
Right,
bishop
so this is
b6.
the better way to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
Rook
And then
d1,
rook d1,
e5.
e5. Yeah.
Yeah, right. This is actually really cool.
But
Oh,
that's a dead draw, right? Because after knight e4, I mean the forced variation, bishop takes d4, I guess. Yeah.
so here, right?
Mm-hmm. Rook d1,
Rook
e5.
d1, e5, knight
Knight.
a4, check. I mean, I can play
Ooh.
b5, right?
Yeah.
Something. No,
Yeah.
but maybe you play c3 in response to that.
Mm.
That's what I'm a bit worried.
Yeah. Well, okay,
Yeah.
let's move on. Yeah.
Okay, but we could do something like we can
Yeah.
move the bishop and then later bring our bishop back. Like we can still play that on.
Mm.
It's maybe equal, but still playable. But queen e3 was played. Now he takes on d1. I guess he didn't want his opponent to use the f file. So I don't see any concrete reason why you would do this. Maybe now he goes bishop d7.
Mm. Well, then queen c5, is it?
Queen c5 probably. Then he goes
Bishop
because you're
e8.
threatening to take on e5 now.
Oh,
So
yeah. Yeah,
I
that
have
as
to
well. Yeah.
go back to e8.
Knight b5. Trying to get to d6.
That 5 does seem quite annoying though. Yeah. If I go for the endgame, how bad is this?
I think you have to go for the
I think
endgame,
I
right?
have to, right? Yeah.
And then knight c7, and I win the pawn on e6, right? Like,
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not playing for a win here. Yeah. Mm. No, I don't like this. Okay, I have to deal with knight b5.
mm-hmm.
But how? Because if I play b6, you go queen d6.
Yeah. Or just bishop takes e5. I mean, that's a threat, right? As you mentioned a while ago.
Oh, wait a second. Can go bishop e8. Because
Yeah.
I think I have this, right?
Ooh. Yeah.
That seems like the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
So what
because I
happens
mean, I'll
after?
take this
Yeah,
guy.
the knight
I'm doing well.
d6,
I think knight d6. Well, I can at
bishop
least pin
e5,
you, right? If bishop e7, could go bishop
bishop
e5 as
e5.
well. That looks quite strong. If g3, I have bishop takes d6 first,
Yeah.
so that doesn't work.
Okay. Okay.
So this view is good for black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight f3. Yeah.
So you can make this work, then
Okay. So what happens after queen d6, which is your
yeah, that was always White's idea,
mm-hmm.
right? Takes rook d6.
king f7? Yeah.
Yeah, then just try to play king e7 and bring
Mm.
the bishop.
Okay.
It looks good
I
for
think
black.
Li, yeah. I
Because
think
I feel
Li
like if you
Tian
get king e7, bishop g6,
for sure.
then I'm very confident in Li Tian's chances suddenly. Because I know Li Tian's
Absolutely.
really good at endgames.
Yeah.
And this looks like one of those slightly better endgames
Mhm.
that, you know, it's slightly better because the pawn structure is just a little bit better for black and the
Yeah.
king's in the center. But it's all these small things that I feel really add up when it's someone that's really strong like
Mhm.
Li Tian, especially a good endgame player like him. So we'll see what he does. Has there been any developments? No, he's still thinking. I think he's trying to make lines like this work.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's trying to play b6. But maybe he's thinking of playing b6 to stop queen c5.
Mhm.
Maybe. We'll see. That also makes sense, I think. So we'll see how that goes. Well, there's another crazy game here. It's not much at stake for Tan Junying. He can only make an IM norm, but he's already an IM, so it's kind of useless in that sense. But he sacked a piece out the opening, like knight
Ooh,
d5.
looks good. Looks good. Really does. Really does.
I knew you would like this. Yeah, I know your style. I know you would like this. Yeah,
Okay,
d4,
d4.
c takes d4,
Bishop
bishop b2.
b2. Yeah. Bishop takes
I'm always a skeptic. I'm asking where's the compensation. I have been asking where's the compensation about since you played knight d5. I'm always the skeptic in these situations. I feel like some people prefer to have to have the extra piece, and some people prefer to have the attack.
Well,
I'm the extra piece kind of guy, so
I
and I
mean,
think it's the
looking at
opposite for
this
you. Yeah.
position, no, looking at this position, if I had calculated until I get to this position, I would reject the piece sacrifice. That's for sure. I don't see what you can hope to do from here.
Yeah, I was
Um,
even thinking instead of king
maybe
f8,
okay.
just like rook c8, c7,
I
and
think White's only
yeah,
idea is to get some sort of
yep.
well, I don't know whether you start with b4 or you just go yeah, why not, right? Just go b4 and then rook a3, rook e3 or rook f3. Like
Yeah, you have to bring that rook to
yeah.
the attack.
Yeah.
There's no other option here. Now,
And
it must be good for black, but
and
at the
you're
same time, yeah, how do you get your pieces out?
and you're also sort of threatening b5. That's the point of b4 here. I mean, at some point of time.
Yeah, that's true. Hmm. What do we
So
do here?
h5.
H5. What's the idea of h5?
Just I don't know. It looks good.
It's good.
I don't know what to play for black, but
You want to play rook h7 and then move the knight. Okay, got it. Something like that. Okay,
uh-huh.
we have to bring the rook, right?
Uh-huh.
What else do we do? So now I
Okay.
want to do this, right?
So rook h7
And
and
you're gonna play
knight
knight
g8.
g8, yeah. Still not easy.
Mm.
Because the problem is that you're gonna meet everything if bishop takes h4 here.
Mm.
Maybe I need to do this in a better way. No, I was gonna say queen f3, but there's bishop d5, so it doesn't work either. What other better way can we do? Because also rook f3 has no threat. He can still go bishop d5. It's not easy.
Oh, I think rook f3 is possible. Because I mean, you can't play knight takes d5 because of knight g6. If you
Yep.
go bishop takes d5, I think there is rook takes f6, and then knight takes f6, bishop f6. And then you take on d5, attacking the rook, so the rook moves, and then you're just an exchange down with a really strong attack. Like even some chances of knight takes g6 followed by queen e6 there in that final position if black plays rook c8 or something.
Okay, so the line we're talking about is this, right?
No, rook takes f6.
Rook takes f6.
Mhm.
Okay, so I can't take on g2 because knight g6, so I have to take back.
Yeah.
Can I take back with the bishop?
Oh yeah, that's something you could do. Well, so bishop takes d5, and
Yep,
then
and I'll
bishop takes
take.
g4, and then
Oh, there's queen
queen
e7
e4.
at the end.
Oh yeah, that as
Yeah,
well.
it's
Yeah.
queen e7 at the end, yeah. So.
Or just queen e4 straight
Yeah,
away. Yeah.
it's queen e4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to be worried about some bishop f2 ideas?
Well, there's a lot to be worried about, I think, because knight g6 is also a threat.
No, I mean bishop
Oh,
f2
okay,
here, and
yeah.
then like move my rook or something. So you're not threatening knight g6, are you? I have always queen f6
Mhm.
block. Especially if you're king on f2, it will come with check. Or I'll trade the queens, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So,
so not queen
but
e4.
we
Yeah.
can take on it,
Yeah, you
right?
can take on e8 and queen e7 check.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably.
Yeah, it's probably good for white there.
I mean, maybe not good for white, but at least it's a big improvement, right? At least it's only a pawn down. It's only a little bit worse. So it almost feels like white's winning, yeah?
Yeah.
Considering how much has changed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So the line we're talking about is knight f6, right? And you wanted
Bishop
to
f6.
do bishop f6 and this.
Yep.
Ooh.
So the threat here, as I mentioned, was knight g6 followed by queen e6, if that works. But I think rook g7 saves everything for now. After rook c8, like,
Yep. Can I do rook a7?
yeah, I think you should, yeah.
Because I want now rook e7.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, you could try this, right? But yeah, you're right. Maybe just rook g7 just seems to cover everything.
Yeah.
And the next move, I actually was. I mean, next move maybe I could even move the bishop,
So
and
rook
then I'll have
e1?
rook e7. Yeah.
Oh, that's just rook
Then rook
c7,
c7.
yeah. Rook
It's the
c7.
nice thing about playing rook a7.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe this isn't that good after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, this h5 rook h7 is a really good idea, actually. I think it is, at least.
But the computer's gonna
Let's
laugh
see
at
what
us.
the computer says.
Oh!
No, he loves it.
But he
Whoa,
doesn't love it
he
as
loves
much as.
as
Okay.
rook
Yeah, h5 is alright.
No, I was gonna suggest rook g8, but I like your h5 move better because it just because the
Snug.
rook
Yeah.
protects f7 as well.
Yeah.
It's like all the knight g6 ideas don't really work that
Mhm.
well because the rook protects. He can come to f7 all the time. So I actually like this h5 move a lot. So yeah, that's actually a really good way of doing it. Yeah. So not sure where the compensation is. Feels a bit much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Yin Long is what? How did that happen? It's like the phone structures changed a lot. Because when I last left it was here.
Mhm.
And I was like, I think he has a good endgame,
Yeah,
right?
he
I mean,
does. Yeah.
I thought, okay, his opponent can try to claim the f5 square, but that's pretty much all he's got, right? And he's got two bishops, an active king, pressure on f2. No, what's not to like? Yeah, I left here, I was like saying he should play rook d8. He did. Knight d2. Did he run into some f4 or something? Has to be the reason, right?
Yeah. I think f4 here.
Oh, okay. So maybe it wasn't that clear after all. Oh dear. Oops. So he ran into f4 indeed. Takes and yeah, this is suffering because I think rook d6 there might be some knight e4 problems, right? And then you just take on f4.
Yep. Well,
And then
it's first off, what I'd like to say is that it's really good seeing Yin Long play strong chess still.
of
I
course, yeah.
haven't seen him in quite a while in the chess scene, right? I'm sure
Yeah.
you didn't as well. Maybe a couple of rapid
Yeah, he
tournaments,
just
but
plays
that's it.
rapid, but
Yeah.
not much classical. I think
Yeah.
the last classical was played was the Malaysian Open last year, so
Mhm.
it's been a long time. Not as long as you, of course, but it's still been quite a long time for someone who's as young as Yin Long. We're
Oh, for
actually the
sure.
same age, so
Just
yeah,
for everyone's information, if you don't have it already, Yin Long is studying or has completed his law studies,
yeah,
and he's in UM, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah.
we'd have another lawyer in our midst,
Yes.
plenty of them.
I think he's just completed his studies.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, just like last month or
Mhm.
something,
Mhm.
if I'm not mistaken. By the way, we have loads of VIPs. We have uh World Championship arbiter Mr. Hamid Majid here.
Oh, and
Yeah,
he's playing chess.
and he is playing chess. Unbelievable, once in a lifetime. Fortunately, both of my phones are in the tournament hall, otherwise I would start recording
Mhm.
at this very moment. But well, maybe he knows that. That's why he's playing now. Knight g6. Yeah, this is a sad
Yeah.
position.
I
Yeah,
mean, a good position for white, for sure, right?
yeah. I mean, sad for Yinlo.
What? For Yin Long, it's good. Oh, Yin Long's white. Oh, he's black.
He's black. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So,
Yeah, sorry. I just assumed the
oh
person
yeah.
on top is
Yeah, because we were looking
playing
at
white.
the
Yeah.
Lee chess pairings and they're weird because the guy on top is somehow black for some reason, which I don't understand. So he's given up f6. I'm assuming there's a reason why White didn't take on f6. There has to be a reason why he didn't take on f6. What's wrong with this?
No clue.
I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with this. Maybe you just run away?
Yeah, okay, just take more. I don't know.
But
Bishop e4 or just.
yeah, you're right. I just moved the bishop. Yeah, it's not an issue. Yeah, I don't really see the point of this. Why didn't he take on f6? He played bishop b5. Ah, maybe he just wants to. Yeah, because he's gonna take on
Yeah,
f6
okay,
next. Oh,
yeah, yeah,
oh, then it's an absolute disaster, though, because he's gonna lose a pawn and his structure is just
yeah.
horrific.
Let's have a
So
look at the
yeah,
game between
f4 was
Anderson and.
yes. I believe Carvin has a chance for an international master nom
Oh,
if he just draws this game, as I understand.
wow,
So
wow.
it's huge, of course. He's got white and everything, but
Yeah.
the thing is that he's up against probably the worst player in this tournament to need to
Yeah,
draw as white against
yeah.
because Anderson he just fights. He doesn't care about
Hmm.
who you are, what you want.
Yeah.
He only cares about you know winning.
Which is the way to go, which is
Yes.
what I would advise everyone to follow.
Absolutely. So knight c4. So we left it somewhere here, right? Where it was like it's an exchange Slav,
Hmm.
which makes a lot of sense considering his tournament situation. But Anderson actually played this rook a7 line, which I was saying, right? If he just wants to draw, you just go bishop d6,
Mm.
and I think this is the best way to equalize against this line. Sorry, yeah, queen b7 here, and yeah, some position like this, and this is basically like after knight a7, it's basically just a draw.
Okay.
Because you're playing knight b5, and the most likely thing is just these pawns come up.
Th-
I had a game which is something like this.
doesn't a6 hang there?
Yeah, then you just go back.
Bishop
That's the
b5.
nice thing, I think. You just go back and somehow it's okay. I can't remember how you do it.
Okay.
But I think you go to b. I'm not sure whether you join rook b2 or something. There's still some knowledge required here,
Okay,
as I
okay,
understand.
okay.
Or was it knight e4? I honestly can't remember already.
Right,
But
right.
basically, this ends in some sort of draw
Mhm.
somehow. But you know, yeah, I mean, White's a little bit better, but it's objectively just a draw. The funny thing is that the last time I had this position, I took on b7 and I
Oh.
stacked my queen, but it was more of like a Junying style stack.
Yeah.
It was total nonsense. No, because I had to win the game and
Uh-huh.
I somehow managed to win, but it was
Okay.
a joke. I was just worse after this. So yeah, if you want to equalize, take rook a bishop d6 is the way. But rook a7, to me it's indicating that black wants to play a bit more for the win.
Oh yeah, for
That's what
sure.
I feel,
For sure.
which makes a lot of sense, yeah,
Mhm.
considering it's Anderson and he always plays for the win.
Yeah.
Bishop d3. So Commy's trying to trade off some stuff. Anderson takes on e5, and we have this
Mhm.
and bishop b1.
Yeah.
So if knight b2, that would be a blunder. It must be pointed out, I think, to the audience. Yeah. So bishop d6 makes sense, right? I mean,
Yeah.
two bishops, trade off one of them. Queen d6, b4.
Okay.
Okay, this is quite an interesting decision, yeah, because I think also his position is a bit uncomfortable.
Mm.
That's what I feel because like you can't play b3 because of knight a3.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
big problem.
I think yeah.
And if you try to defend this, then knight b3.
Mhm.
Oh, but knight b3 is still queen c2, so it doesn't work. So maybe you could have done this, but the thing is, I think your problems remain, right? Like if black just plays g6 or something,
Yes.
then you
Yes.
still have problems with knight b3. So maybe this is what he didn't like. So he decided to just play b4, and his idea is to play a4 and trade off pawns on the queen side,
Mhm.
which I have to say makes perfect sense, right? Like if he swaps off all the queen side pawns, it's just a draw.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are heading in that direction, right?
Mhm.
So he's already taken both of these pawns, which is a huge win, I think, for Carvin. So I guess now he's gonna go back. He's thinking about taking on c4 somehow. Surely that's what he's thinking of, right? But I'm not sure it's good because I mean you still have problems with this knight, right? And giving Anderson this pawn on c4, I feel it's something to play for.
Yeah.
It's still equal, of course, but at least it's something to play for here. So I think most probably he'll just go back with his knight. Let's say knight c3. Anderson actually he has to be careful too because b7 might hang.
Mhm.
So maybe you take on a1 first, so that if you go rook b1,
It's queen.
then there's queen c3, and actually this might be a problem, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because there's still a back rank issue, right? Like if you try something, oh wait,
Just
no,
king
that's queen
h8. Just
h5.
king h8. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Or
just king
king
it.
f8. Yeah.
Yeah, just king h8, right?
Mhm.
And there's a. But is this so good for black? Say I.
No, now you can
Ah,
take on
but
h7. Yeah.
yeah, but there's the
Yeah.
problem is that now there's still this
Yeah.
problem, right?
Oh.
Like
No,
you
no.
just
Knight
go.
d3.
Yeah, but you can just go king g8 also
Sure. Sure.
because there's still this problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you're dead.
Yeah. You just.
So okay, Coven has to be careful too.
Mhm. Mhm.
But he's not gonna blunder this. He's gonna move the knight or something, right?
Mhm.
Like I don't know.
Knight
Still knight
a4.
b2, but I think you're not
Knight
too worried
a4.
about knight
Yeah.
a4. Maybe rook a.
And
But then
then
you
you
can
exchange everything. You go rook b1, queen takes a4, queen takes
right.
d4.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
Wait,
rook
does that work?
b1. Yeah. I mean it's
Rook
bishop
a1,
versus
bishop
knight
f1.
endgame. Yeah.
Ah, because there's still rook b8, so you have to spend time on
Mhm.
h5. Wait, rook a8, rook b1,
Yep.
queen takes a4.
Queen takes.
Ah, you have
Yeah,
rook b1
yeah,
at
yeah.
the end. You have rook
Yeah, yeah.
b1.
Rook b1.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's a draw.
Mhm.
Because I think this would be a big problem, right?
Mhm.
Knight d2 is coming.
Mm.
This was what I was worried about. But you're right. There's rook b1 at the end, and that's the way. So maybe this is just the way, huh? Because if you move the knight, then you can go into c5,
Yes, for
and
sure.
then you're safe. You're
Yes.
very safe here.
Absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, if Kevin just plays a few more
Oh, he's
decent moves,
okay.
sorry, that hasn't happened in the
Okay.
game, which is good for him. If he plays a few more decent moves, he'll make the draw,
Mhm.
and he'll get his first international master norm. Would he be the youngest to make it, or was Yeoh Tian younger when he got his first?
How old is Kavin? 13?
I think he's 13 this year, 13 or 14.
I'm
Can't
not
remember.
sure. I'm not very sure when Li Tian got his first IM norm. But I mean, just based on my memory, I think Kavin would be younger.
Right,
Yeah.
and it hasn't been anyone younger than Li Tian, right?
No,
I
no,
think
no.
yeah. My first was I think when I was 21, so obviously, way
Mhm.
up. No, my first was 2022. Yeah, when I was 20. So yeah, obviously, yeah, long. Yeah, obviously, I'm not in the running for that. Yeah, not even close. Yin Long is in trouble. It's in trouble. Because we already knew that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. What else is there?
So we have Uze against.
Uzai, we haven't looked at Uzai. Yeah?
How's his standings like?
I think he's losing some rating at this point.
Okay.
But if he wins this game, then
He'd
it's all
gain.
good.
Yeah, then
Because
it's
he's
all
playing
good.
in 2300, yeah.
Yeah,
He's playing someone 300 points higher rated
for
than
sure.
him. If he wins, he's K40 as well. So
Mm-hmm.
it's 4 times what I
Yeah.
would gain.
But his position is not something to be envious about, yeah.
No, absolutely not. Oh, we left it here, right? Where I was like, I really like white, but at the same time, it's not easy. So f6 was played, bishop h6, and bishop g4. So
Uh-huh.
stopping knight e6 makes a lot of sense.
Mm.
So there's he's insisting on knight e6.
Well, I think
By
for.
the way, he was sacrificing bishop takes c1, but I don't think you could take because you
Oh
just
yeah,
get
for sure.
mated
Yeah.
queen h6. So bishop d7, and
Now you're actually threatening to take on c1 if
I
white
think
plays
yeah, you
bishop
will.
f3, for example.
Yes, because then you have knight e6
Yeah.
to defend.
So
Yeah.
I mean, white has to. Oh wait, he did play bishop d7. Okay. I was thinking he should go bishop f3 anyways. Just keep status quo, you know. And
I mean, I'm sure he'll have a lot of compensation even if you take, right? And
yeah,
maybe black plays knight
knight takes d5.
e6 or something.
Oh,
Knight
you
takes d5,
queen
maybe
takes
then I play
c1.
queen c1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
Okay.
it's big. Yeah.
Yeah, knight e6 is good. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's not so clear still. Yeah.
Or just rook c2, you know, and keep status quo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just now knight d5 is
Mm-hmm.
new. It's now a threat. Yeah. Knight takes d4, just queen takes.
Yes, and white's really good here.
Yeah,
Bishop
for sure.
e6, just
You
rook
have to go.
b1, or
Yeah. Just better. Yeah. Okay. But he takes on d7,
Mhm.
queen takes d7, and now rook c2.
Okay. Knight e6.
Yeah,
Rook
rook
f3.
f3. Still looks dangerous, yeah.
Mm.
c8.
Rook h3. Yeah.
Yep. Very dangerous.
Ooh. Looks like mate is coming. Bishop f8.
Queen.
I think it's the only move there.
I was thinking whether you could make bishop g5 work.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks kind of dumb, but at the same time, I mean, it's not easy to attack that bishop, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Because I think bishop f8 looks so sad.
It looks okay though.
But maybe it's still fine. You play h5 after queen h4. It's still okay. Bishop c5 is a threat, by the way, so I think you
Yeah,
have to go
yeah.
queen h4, then h5.
Okay. Here black looks like he's escaping. Yeah.
Yeah, because d4 is also coming, right?
White must be really angry with himself at this point for not making the most out of the apparent attack that he had. Is there any way you think he could have made use of it? Instead of go f6, I think, leaving a lot of squares open.
Well, I was trying to make e6 work, but the problem is that after bishop d4
Mhm.
and f6, I don't really think this is that clear,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you could check, but then I can just defend f6. And
Okay.
I was thinking, if I want to, I can make some sort of a,
Okay, yeah, this
weird
is
draw like
very
this,
creative.
but it's not more than a draw.
Yeah.
And maybe I might even be worse in some line. Maybe he doesn't have to go down this line. So I don't know. I didn't like this. The computer was saying something very interesting. It was saying b4 here,
Okay.
so that if bishop takes e5, you go
B5.
b5.
Yeah.
But it's still not so clear. Yeah? There was some like obviously knight takes d5 is
Yep.
coming, but
Yep.
I think he was saying something like this, and it's not so clear, right? I mean, it's nice for white,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, it's not so clear. Yeah, he's saying that white is a nice attack.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a pawn and he has, limited material on the board. It's not so simple.
Yeah.
So even I wouldn't be confident in that position even at the end, I think.
Hmm.
But okay, I mean this looks like the most natural way, right? Yeah, maybe just what were you suggesting that rook c2 here, or was it here? Oh, you're suggesting bishop f3, right?
Yeah.
And then knight e6 rook c2. Yeah, maybe this was a better try, because I'm not sure about this. Yeah, you're right. Actually, maybe he's sort of surviving. I think this is Uzai's style.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a player that's extremely provocative. He will. I mean, I feel that the games I've lost to him are basically games where he's done something like this
Mm.
that is super provocative, and it's maybe objectively just horrible.
Yeah.
But in a rapid game, it's hard to figure it out. In classical, there is time, but in rapid, it's a bit harder to figure it out. So,
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing, right?
Well,
So,
okay, so we have one more player, right?
yeah,
Munaja.
we have the
Oh,
Chao Yishen
Xiao
game.
Yuchen.
Wow, okay, this has changed a lot because before this, we thought Chao Yishen was attacking quite heavily. Like I was saying that Chao Yishen maybe hasn't developed like a proper positional understanding, but he can attack pretty well,
Mm-hmm.
which is I think typical for most kids. They can do it quite well actually. That's why he's strong. So Queen f2. And actually the attack I remember, if I'm not mistaken, was quite strong. The engine really liked white here. It liked it more than I did actually.
Ah.
I thought black should have been okay. Then I turned on the engine, it's like +2.
Oh, okay.
I think so. Let's see.
So did he go G4 or knight D4?
No, it's
Mm,
plus
okay.
1.4. Fair enough. It's pretty big. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I played rook h4,
Ooh.
which seems weird.
Wow. Okay.
I don't really get it.
Queen G3, I think. Trying to
Right.
hit the
Okay.
weak pawn on D6.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a big threat. Yeah.
And like they're like all like queen rook and queen and two rooks like on
Yeah.
the on the FG and H
It's a lot of
files.
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. King h8, queen knight g5,
Ooh. Okay.
then king g8,
Mm-hmm.
and black is repeating, of
Okay.
course.
And then queen G3.
And his brain
Yeah.
is like no draw for you. Queen g3. queen e7, and he goes knight g5.
Mm.
But well, I'm not sure about knight g5 here. Like, what's the threat? Is it some sort of e5? Right, so he's threatening e5. D takes e5, d6.
Yep.
Oh, that looks quite strong. So rook f8, so that the f7 pawn is protected. And he goes back. No, surely this is not right.
Maybe it's okay. It's just playing around with Black's emotions. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but then black gets to bring the other rook into the game.
And then knight d4. I mean,
I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, so and it's declining the repetition again.
yeah.
Wow.
Okay. So white tempted black to go for f5. If f5 is bad, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure it's bad actually. You know, black's pieces look pretty good too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got always major pieces. The only bad piece is that knight on h7, but I'm not sure it's bad. It's actually a defender too. And white's pieces are starting to look a little bit discoordinated, right? And now I think he's panicking a little bit, trying to trade some stuff. And I think black's just. I feel like black was taking over a little bit, yeah? Somewhere here.
Okay.
Yeah, black is taking over for sure. But he's still taking a6. Maybe it's not too bad.
Mm.
Maybe it's still okay.
Yeah.
Rook f4. Rook b8. It's just a3 stopping b4. He's not worried about rook b6, yeah? Should he be worried about rook b6?
Well, then just knight e6, right?
Yeah, just knight e6 and then you're hitting g7.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's also rook a8, knight f8. So some perpetual ideas there. So probably shouldn't be worried about it and just stop b4 and now he wants to take on a6.
Yeah.
Maybe everything's still under control.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think he'll lose this.
No, I don't think so.
Because also after you take this, a lot of these pawns become a bit weak.
Yeah.
So maybe you could even press it, yeah? You can play rook f5
sure,
or knight f5. Let's hit these pawns.
I really like white's position. It
Yeah,
seems safe and only white can push.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I really like white here, actually. So, we'll see. Oh, he's played very well this game, I think. Maybe he's not maintained his advantage the whole way, but,
Yeah.
you know, for someone who's about 12, 13,
Mm.
you know, he's playing pretty well.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
Munaja, how is she doing? She
By the way, I
just
think
came
we
back.
might want to go
from-
back to Li Tian because it's a bit. No, actually, there hasn't been that much happening. Rook d8 was played, so he thought for a really long time, played queen b6.
Okay.
And now white is thinking. I think the strategy is the same, right? He just wants to go to an end game. If he can bring his king to e7, it's gonna be
Yeah.
better there.
Yeah.
So takes, right?
Yeah.
A takes b6.
Bishop e3.
Bishop takes.
Oh,
Let's try this line because I'm thinking if I just wait around, I'm worried that he just does. Oh yeah, right. Bishop e3 hits this. Yeah, it's possible. Well, I was wanting to look at this for a while. Not sure whether this makes sense though. Because also you're gonna kick my
I think
my rook
yeah,
very
yeah.
soon.
Yeah. I think after g6 and I mean king e7 g6 or
Yeah,
g6
so
king
G6
e7.
first, so
Yeah,
it's not
g6
rook
king
h8.
e7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? I can't really get my pieces in. Yeah, you're just gonna go g6 king e7 kick my rook.
But then I'm not sure if black would have anything better than to just repeat. Like king e7, rook g8, king f7. You know?
That's a good point.
Oh, but there's always that rook b8 stuff that you mentioned a while ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
move my rook to b8, that would help. Can we do some sort of knight a4? So I'm thinking.
Now?
But I guess there's always at least bishop
Yeah,
c7.
at least bishop
So okay,
c7.
it's not an
Yeah.
issue. So okay, it doesn't work. Okay, so bishop e5 is bad. So maybe we go for your with bishop e3, b5 now.
Ooh, b5. Okay.
Because I'm thinking what else is black gonna do? That pawn's hit, right?
Well, he could have gone knight d7. That was what I was thinking, but
Yeah, it's possible as well.
b5. Yeah, I mean, it's always good until proven otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Let's see what's the point of that. Because I think my plan now is to play King F7, bring the king somewhere to, well, maybe not to E7 because of bishop C5, but something to like E8, so I cover D8. Then later on, I'll try to bring my bishop out, just slowly. I think Black's definitely fine here. Try to improve his position, but okay. Queen F2 was played.
Okay.
Queen takes F2, King takes F2, and King F7.
Okay, Black's improving his position already.
Yeah.
It looks good. I think he will be able to grind this endgame and
Yeah,
play a
for
very
sure.
long game, if not.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for quite a long time. I have that feeling.
Hmm.
Maybe not too long because there's no second time control.
Oh, okay.
In the past I never liked 90 plus 30 because it
Mhm.
was like I always thought, it's too short, it's not enough time. And now I'm thinking actually I like 90 plus 30 because it's too short, there's not enough time. You're gonna get winning chances,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
That's the nice part. You don't have to fight too hard to get those chances. You're gonna get them, right? Because I feel like if you want to get norms and want to be especially to do well against these really strong players like these 2450s
Yeah.
and above, you kind of need some sort of chances, right? They need to give
Yeah.
you some chances.
Yeah.
But they don't do that often unless there's not much time. So if it's a 90
Sure.
plus 30 game, you're gonna get
You're gonna get
chances.
chances. Yeah,
So
that's
that's
true.
a good thing.
Well,
Okay.
okay. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
It's
thanks
a
for joining the
pleasure.
stream. Yeah.
I'll tune in again if I have the chance. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Yeah. So that was FIDE Master Suman. Yep, one of our top one of the guys he played the Olympiad. I think he got his FIDE Master title in the Olympiad. So definitely a very strong player in his own right. Hasn't really played much in recent years, but you can see that he's still a pretty strong player, good understanding. So yeah, we'll see what's going on now. Uh, yeah, okay. So I guess now it's actually a good time for us to take a quick break. We'll be back in around, let's say, 10 minutes or so. Uh, by the way, just some quick questions. I'm not going to answer them just really quickly. Well, Hakim is here. Wow, we have Hakim, the OG Malaysian streamer. Yeah. So yeah, somebody was saying if draw can get norm. No, absolutely not. Li Tian needs to win. Kavin needs a draw when I am norm. Li Tian needs a win. So we'll be eagerly waiting to see if he can get that. All right. Yeah, fingers crossed. And I'll see you in about 10 minutes time. All right. All right, we are here with another legend of
Uh,
Malaysian chess. Yeah,
Hi.
good to have you on the stream. Yeah. You want to introduce yourself to our viewers, for those who are more modern Gen Z people?
Okay, my name is Ui Chen Yi. I am a FIDE master. I used to play in the 90s lah, so now I'm just keeping up with chess more out of interest and not really competitive. So yeah. Uh,
Not very competitive, but keep in mind this guy's got 8.5 out of 9 in Malaysian uh the Malaysian Chess Festival team event, and his only draw was against Li Tian himself. So yeah, talk about being humble. This is guy, legend of the sport. But what do you think of Li Tian's position? Yeah,
I'm kind of liking it now. I think he's got chances due to his two bishops.
absolutely.
Yeah, I um he's is definitely an improvement over like the what we've seen earlier where he was under a bit of pressure.
Yeah,
I think he's also pretty good at end games, so that's
absolutely.
probably
Yeah,
a good sign.
yeah. Because last time we saw it, it was like somewhere here, right? And
Correct. Yeah.
basically what he did was I think he did something quite smart. He traded the queens.
Yes.
So
Yes.
he's like my end game better than yours.
Yes.
And also I think also if you look at the pawn structure, it's a little bit better for black, right? So it's like yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I don't think White should have taken on e5. He thought that he could put the rook there, but the rook wasn't going to be able to maintain on the 8th rank.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I think in any case, Black will be doing well. He can play King E7, Bishop D7, E8, as he did in the game, right? But,
Right, right.
yeah, but I think I agree. This is just helping Li Tian. Because now it's two bishops, and it's looking quite nice, yeah, for the
Yes,
victory.
yes.
And yeah,
I think the issue for Black the entire game was his bishop on c8, but
yeah,
he was able to activate it, and now I think the e4 pawn is vulnerable
yeah,
after bishop d7 and c6.
absolutely. But still, he's fighting it. He finds this knight F2 or
Yeah,
this
yeah,
knight D3.
yes.
And so I really like Li Tian's move, D6. Because if you think about what his threat was, let's say we did
Mhm,
something a bit careless,
mhm.
I think this would be a problem, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think this trade would be, of course, very good for White.
Right.
So he plays B6.
That's very solid.
Yes.
I think he's also got a time advantage, so.
I think that's the key, right? That
Mhm,
because from my experience, these really strong players like Li Tian, what they'll do is they'll try to press you both on the position and on the clock, right?
mhm.
So it's like the clock is a because of course the clock is part of the game, right? I
Yeah,
would even say it's like the fourth phase of the game. It's like managing your time.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know, that's what it's done, right? He's trying to press on the clock and then he's gonna press on the board as well. He's keeping things solid, I agree. So it's
Because
like
long term, I think he's got the advantage.
for sure, yeah.
So even if White is able to push the bishop away from e5 and push e5 himself, then I don't think it's still gonna help. The bishops are quite strong, and the the weakness will still be there.
Yeah, that's true.
So there are no changes in the pawn structure that would significantly alter the situation. So I think Black's still in pretty good shape lah. White is probably best to stick to a defensive formation because I think at this point Black already has a sizable advantage here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. I think White just has to stay passive and then hope that Black can't break through. But it's not a situation you want to be in, especially with the white pieces, yeah?
Yeah.
And okay, yes, Lee Tian's obviously outplayed his opponent quite a bit in the last few moves, but okay, I think it's not so easy. I feel like the strategy would be to push the pawns very slowly, right? Just to advance his pawns. And
Yeah.
okay, maybe he'll start by putting his bishop on c6. As you mentioned, right, to target this
Mhm.
slightly weak e4 pawn, and then maybe later on to try to push like a5 and a4 and eventually start pushing the b pawn, right?
Yes.
So I
Yes.
think if he can start opening up the position on the queen side, then b2 could be a big problem, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So I think that probably is the strategy.
Yeah.
And the thing is that white has to keep worrying about what blacks do, right?
Yes.
And
Exactly.
there's no second time control.
Yeah.
So I think Li Tian's strategy is just to slowly make improving moves. And
Correct.
when his opponent is down to 1 minute, then he pushes A by A
Yeah,
moves.
this kind of position is usually not very pleasant for white because you don't really have a very long term plan. But you're looking at something concrete. If black rushes things, then you could fix the pawn structure in a way that
Yeah,
that sort of is will be in your favor. Like you mentioned earlier, if he was going for b5 prematurely, then there could be exchanges that sort of would help out would help white out with it.
yeah,
But if you were to play a bit more deliberately, then I think he needs to gain space on the queen side eventually, for to make progress.
yeah,
But he has to consolidate his position and secure them first, especially the center part.
yeah. I think, obviously when you're reading all these old books, they always say do not rush in these type of positions, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
it's like your advantage is, as you mentioned, it's a very long-term
yes.
advantage, right? So, you know, we just need to be patient and slowly improve our position. And yeah, just not to make any rash decisions that will allow white to get counterplay or fix the structure in a sense, in a way
Mhm.
that would be unfavorable for us.
Mhm.
Well, let's move on to another game, shall we? We'll come back to this one. By the way, Kevin has finished his agreed a draw
Oh, okay.
in a position where, well, I thought it was just better, quite a bit better earlier on, yeah. Oh, knight takes c5, bishop takes c4, and yeah, just after knight c3, I mean, black actually made a blunder. He took on b4
Mhm.
because we thought that he would take on a1 and then play queen takes b4,
Mhm.
and yeah, that would have been fine, right? But instead, he took on b4 immediately, and that ran into rook b1. And now knight a4 is kind of unpleasant, right?
Yeah.
He ends up winning that pawn on c4, which is absolutely great. Maybe it was better to keep the knights because, of course, yeah, we all know, right, that it's just all on one side,
Mhm.
right? So when it's all on one side, want to keep the knights to have more winning
Yes.
chances, right? But
Plus,
maybe
his
he
knight is
only
more
agreed a
active.
draw, right, for his
Oh, I'm
for
not so sure.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
Because
okay.
if he did, then this makes perfect sense,
Right,
right?
right.
Because then you trade everything and you just
Yes.
take your norm. Yeah, you're not even thinking about
Sure.
winning. Obviously, you just take the norm, and then that's done. I mean, we already learned from Li Tian's past experience.
Yes.
Don't try to be too smart. Just get the norm, right? And that's what he's done. And
So he secured his norm.
yes, so he
Okay.
might be the youngest one
Wow.
to get it. So yes, then that's absolutely great. Yeah. So yeah, obviously we had his coach, IMG Milio, was Malaysia's first international master, just looking on, So
Oh, well
might
done,
be able to
Kevin.
get him later on the stream. Yeah, but for now, let's look at some other games. Yeah, we have Uzziah here. So we weren't sure about his position. Yeah, what did you think about something like this? Yeah, six. So
Well.
actually, it was a typical Maroxy, and he broke with d5.
Mhm.
This thing, and then he played e5. And it looks so dangerous for white, but
Yeah. It
yeah,
it looks quite strong for white. In fact, um, he played f6 here.
yeah, he played f6.
Probably better to maintain tension, no?
But I think he
Oh,
was
the
worried
the
about the
e5 was
e5 pawn.
okay.
Yeah. I was thinking about e6, but
Hmm.
it's just a total mess after that. So f6 makes a lot of sense, I think.
Sure, sure.
And this was his
Okay.
idea, but okay, bishop d7. It looks like it's about to collapse, no? But everything's holding on for some reason. Takes and
Yeah, it becomes very tactical.
yeah, exactly. I feel this is Uzziah's style. Like he's he's very provocative in that
Hmm.
sense. Yeah, like he's just. And
Wow.
his moves may not be the best, but they are very provocative. They're gonna, you almost feel provoked and sometimes, even personally offended by them. So that's his style. He just does that to everyone. Hey, but I mean, he seems to be doing well, no? Queen coming to f5. I think Uzziah's actually taking over a little bit, no? Okay, rook e7 did not happen, but I don't know how this happened, but his rook takes e5 now.
I think once black survives, then is probably better for black.
That's true, right? Because if white can't get the attack through, then the bishop is strong.
Yeah,
The f6 pawn is weak, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
I think actually white is now suffering a little bit. So we're
Mm.
just saying Uzai has had the best event, but if he wins this game, because he's K40,
Mm-hmm.
so he's gonna gain like what, 36 points for one game.
Oh,
So all's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine if he wins
he
this
said
game.
okay, 2067.
Yeah, his rating was I think 2180 before, but he had a series of bad events, and it's K40, right? It's easy to lose rating, so no, that's how it is. But I'm sure he'll be back there in no time because he plays a lot as well. So wow, and Chao Yichen has what's going on actually? So last we left it here, and we liked actually Chao Yichen's position a lot
Mm-hmm.
because if Rook B6, I think there is Knight E6, so that would have been quite strong. So yeah, the wrestler just gives up the pawn. Very interesting
Oh
idea.
wow.
Actually, a really cool idea. Though.
Mm.
A5 and B4 takes and Rook B2, and that A pawn is quite strong, no? A7. That being said, I mean it feels like it should be winning, right? For white, but it's like how do you make progress? That's the problem, right?
uh,
Do I have at least a draw here? It's the
I,
first
I,
thing I
I,
want to
I
check.
would think
I
so.
think I should have at
Yeah.
least a draw, right? Like Rook B7, you play like what, Knight E6?
No, the knight is going to be stuck at
Then you
A8.
have
I mean,
at
even if you
least,
exchange,
yeah.
then at least you could clean up the 2 pawns on C and D.
It's actually a good point. If you
He's going
look
to be
at
playing with
this,
one piece
right?
down.
Is this actually winning? It's a good question. King E3?
I mean, knights are pretty bad against A pawns, right? So
Yeah. Especially such a far advanced one. But wow, this could actually work. Still, it's not so easy. I'll go to V5, right?
mm, yeah,
Still, I go King C7. It's not so clear.
I think you can just go knight
Maybe I'll.
E7, F5, and
Right, that's true,
just
yeah.
win on the other side.
Yeah, that's true. If you go G5, maybe it doesn't even help, yeah, just like Knight F5.
Or you could fix it with G4.
Or I could fix it with G4. I like that. I like that. You're really quite stuck here, you know? That's like, it's really quite stuck. It's Knight F5 is just coming. I think it's
Yeah,
just winning for white, right?
yeah.
It must be winning. So maybe this is the way you just exchange and yeah, it is winning. So that's actually a really good point. You could also bring your king and then at some point take on a8. So that's actually a good point. You just exchange off and it's actually a winning endgame. We'll see if he goes for that. He's gone Rook B7 back. So, well, it's fine, yeah. He can repeat once, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll see.
Oh, hang on, I've got a call coming in.
Right, sure. No worries.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries about that. Uh, so last game is Putri's game, which looks like everything's getting quite blocked up, yeah. So we left it somewhere here. It was two bishops, right? But Black has a nice center
Yeah,
and
yeah.
comfortable development. So we were just thinking if White doesn't get something done, then Black's absolutely fine.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like, Black is doing very fine here in H2. Because Bishop D6 is Knight F7, and everything is protected, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's too worried about this. Rook E8, and yeah, H4, Knight H6, and Knight goes to G4. It seems fine, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just heading towards, I'm not even sure whether it's heading towards the draw. Can Black think of pressing? Not sure. Probably it's a bit much, though. Probably it's just a draw, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
probably just a draw, I would
Yeah,
say.
it's just a
I
draw.
mean, white can always exchange off bishops. Just
Yeah,
bishop for the knight, and
yeah. Especially now, yeah. If the knight ever goes to G4, we just take it,
yeah.
and it's just a draw. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's just a draw. Is not having the best event, but, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, draw in the last round against a high-rated player, I think I think it's an okay way to end the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
least you finish solidly, and you gain back a little bit of that loss rating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah.
Well, another person that's not feeling too bad is Li Tian, knight d3. Ooh, he goes to f6. I thought it was gonna go to c7, but this makes sense also. Bishop c6. Yeah, he's definitely putting on the pressure. Yeah, takes.
Hmm.
He exchanges the rooks, and then yeah, c4
Making progress.
for sure. The grind is real. Grind is real here. So the plan will be to gradually
Yeah.
push these guys up the board.
Yeah.
Maybe even play h5 to stop knight g4,
Mm-hmm.
and then bring the king. This is the long-term plan,
Yeah.
right? And at some point, play b4.
Yes. Exactly.
After
Yeah.
loads of maneuvering to play b4.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to do it now, right? You want to wait until your opponent's like down to 30 seconds, and then you play b4, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the trick,
What's the
right?
time situation now? Okay, he's got a
Yeah,
lot. Yeah.
White's got 3 minutes. And Li Tian is playing very fast. This is I mean, he's not. He's. I wouldn't say he's playing very fast. He's making normal moves relatively quickly, which I think is the right strategy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because you want to keep the time fresh. You want to build up a bit more time.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, your opponent has very little time. Then once it's down to 1 minute, then you calculate the break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then
He's really in no hurry actually.
yeah,
This could go on like maneuvering for another 10, 20 more moves, but it's White who's making mistakes if any, you
yeah.
know.
We can see White is making these small inaccuracies, which
Yeah.
is allowing Li Tian to slowly improve its position, right?
Yeah.
So, which is understandable because his position is so unpleasant as
Yeah.
to play, right? It's why. So yeah, it's looking good for Li Tian now. It's looking better with every passing minute.
Mm-hmm.
The person whose position is not looking better is Yin Long.
Oh.
A bit miserable. No, but actually he's done well to survive considering his position looked like this earlier. It was so sad.
Oh.
And he exchanged off a pair of rooks. I was thinking maybe even knight takes f6 because I
Mm-hmm.
like having my rooks on the f file. Yeah, but okay. After this, I think it was right for black to exchange of these pieces because at least now rook's active, right? And it's probably still lost, but
Yeah. It's sorry.
there's
Hang on.
some chances.
I've got to take a call. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Anyway,
Sorry.
thank you very much for
Okay.
joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
no worries. Yeah,
Glad to see you.
we're all happy to have you on the stream. A legend of the of Malaysian chess scene back in the day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, as we were saying, we like Li Tian's position. By the way, that was FIDE Master Wei Chen Yi, the legend of Malaysian chess, used to be one of the strongest players back in the day. Former national champion, obviously. And, yeah, obviously now still with very nice insights on chess. So, let's see. What else is going on? Have this Yin Long game, where Yin Long's of course suffering, but actually, is it getting better or worse? I don't know. Rook comes back to f5. I mean, it's suffering for sure. You can at some point start to push c4 and bring the king. It's kind of sad. But I think we should move to another game which has completely exploded. We have this Tan Junyin game, which is a complete mess. How did this happen? So last we left it, we were saying we didn't really see where the compensation was. Queen d8, queen e2 takes, and king f8. And it looks like just an extra piece for, some questionable compensation here. Rook e2 and knight g4. So the idea is that black wants to play bishop f6. But okay, bishop h3 was white's idea. Very interesting idea. So after bishop d4, rook e8 check was his plan. Takes, rook takes e8, and queen takes d4. And yes, white's got like a queen versus a knight and two rooks, so obviously material is still in black's favor. But it's more messy now because it's queen b4, right? Knight c5, and the queen seems to be coming in. So it's not that clear anymore. And after b4, okay, a lot of white's pieces are hanging. So a lot of black's pieces are hanging, so black had to take on d5, queen a5, knight e6, and no, it seemed like black was consolidating, but it's never that easy. And yeah, bishop h3, f5, and Junying just sacks on f5. He doesn't care. So right now the material balance is like, I'm not even gonna say what it is. It's just you have to see it for yourself. Yeah, it's like what, there are 2 pieces and 2 rooks for 2 pawns and the queen. I did say it after all. 3 pawns actually. But what a mess. What is going on here? Bishop b4. I reckon that the pieces must still be slightly for choice, but the thing is that they are quite awkwardly placed. It's not easy for black to start moving his knights, because if black can get his knights into the game, then obviously that's going to be huge. But how do you even do that? Not so sure. Because you can't move this guy because d5 hangs. You can't move this guy because the bishop hangs. So you might have to defend the bishop first, then move that knight on c7. So okay, so rook f8 is played. It's thinking of rook f4. That makes a lot of sense. What can white do about this? It's not so easy. For instance, if king f2, I'm trying to think if knight f4 works, but it probably doesn't. Okay, queen takes c7 comes, so it doesn't. Okay, what can black do here? Maybe drop the bishop back, because now knight f4 I think could be a threat in some cases. You might want to bring the king back first, and then later knight f4 might be an idea. So yeah, quite an interesting position. I don't know who's. I think black should still be winning, but it's not so simple. And there are some problems black has to solve here. So we'll see how this one goes. But I think black must be winning, surely. Yeah. Okay. So we have Livestream against Priyasmoro, and Priyasmoro is, as far as I can see, a pawn down and suffering. Sorry about that. It's pawn down and suffering. In fact, Livestream hasn't had the best event, but you know he's really come back actually, and now he seems to be doing pretty well again. So I guess knight d3 is gonna come, king c3, and put the knight on c5. That seems sad for black, but maybe I'm not sure whether there's a way to break through actually. So I can bring my knight literally anywhere because white, black has to wait with his king, but I can't see a way to make progress actually. I just can't see a way to progress. If e4, just f takes e4, and that's just dumb. So I don't really know how to continue pushing my stuff actually. Yeah, but okay. Well, I just realized that Li Tian's opponent is down to 1 minute, so we should move on back to this game. I think we'll focus on this game until the very end, because really this is the only game that people have come here to watch, right? So king e2, b5, and now that's exactly what he's doing. He's gonna push his queenside pawns very slowly, and his opponent is down to 1 minute. This is exactly what we're saying he wants to do. His opponent is down to very little time, and you know, that's a great thing for us, obviously. So b5 is played, and now, yeah, he's preparing to push that pawn to v4, and so he's preparing to play a5, king d6, king c5, and eventually push that pawn to b4. He's got to be quite careful about this, though. It's not so simple still. So first things first, I think white might want to play e5 if it was possible, but I don't think it's possible now because there's h5, so that doesn't work. So you see, Li Tian has sort of Li Tian's sort of playing with tactics in that sense, using tactics to help. So I don't know what white can do. Maybe he might have to. I don't even know what he might have to do. Maybe move the knight back. Okay, plays king d2, just waiting. He has nothing better than to wait. So, question is what now? I think actually white might be waiting for black to play h5, so that after knight moves back, I think he might have to play h5 anyways. Oh, and he does. So now you can see h5 has been played in the game. So the idea is that I want to kick this knight back because I would like to bring my king, but the problem is that it runs into e5 now. And if bishop takes e5, there is bishop takes c6, or even knight takes e5. and white actually wins here. And if you move the king, I think the bishop trade would help only white. Yeah, like now suddenly ideas like this start to make sense. So black doesn't want to do that, so he plays h5 first. So the idea is that if the knight moves, which it has to, then maybe I can play king d6 now. Thing is, I was a bit worried that white could play g4, but maybe black can even play h4. He could join bishop h6 as well, but maybe even h4 here. And he just keeps all the pawns on the board, and later on he can play bishop e5, target that pawn on h2. So I don't think black's too worried about this. So yeah, black's position looks great. We really like, Li Tian's chances now. Knight e3, and now as predicted, king d6. The king is coming to c5. Pawn is pushing to a5. He's going to push that pawn to b4 at some point. And you see, this is exactly what I predicted. His opponent is down to less than a minute, and this is the time to push the queenside pawns, I feel. Okay, it's still not so easy. Even if the pawn gets to b4, it's still not so easy to break through. White will take once with a takes b4, and it's not so easy. But I think black doesn't have to rush with king c5, a5, a4. You never know, the king might even go to e5 to hit the pawn on e4. In fact, I think that's black's biggest threat now, is to play king e5 and simply wipe off that pawn on e4. And if you can do that, then that's gonna be huge. So knight g2 is played. I guess the idea is that if king e5, he probably wants to play a move like knight h4. So he wants to take on g6. Does this work? I don't know actually. But I guess the idea is that there are some ideas like this now that we have seen in the past. So Li Tian doesn't believe him. He says, do your worst, knight h4. So it has to be knight h4, right? Because king e3 I think runs into something like this. Bishop h6, knight f4. But still not easy, this one, yeah? Still not so easy. Or is it? I'm trying to figure this one out. Because if you move the king back, then the king can go back. The white king can go back too. But maybe here I play h4, and I think maybe you have some problems here. Yeah, as white. You're gonna have to wait, and then and they can start pushing on the queen side. It's probably still very, very good for black. So we'll see what white does. So white's down to the increment. He's got very little time on the clock. What has he played? The board seems to be a little stuck. Okay, so king e3 has... So knight g2 has been played. King e5. Knight f4. Bishop h6 and king e3. So we're actually in this position. Yeah. Li Tian has made definite progress. But I can say that actually it's not so easy to continue here. Because, like I was saying, right, if you play g5, then knight gets unpinned. So you can start check on g6. That's why I was thinking h4, because I'm a bit worried that if I do something, let's say I were to wait with my pieces like a5, maybe white can play h4. I'm not sure how easy this is to win. Or maybe this is... No, I was going to say maybe it's easier to win, but I'm not sure about that, yeah? Because there's going to be knight g6 check, e5 check like this. And I think this opposite bishop endgame is actually a draw. So, yeah, I'm not sure about this actually. So maybe white doesn't... Maybe black plays h4 himself. That's the thing, right? Does he play h4 here? And because now white can't play h4. White can never take on h4 because that knight hangs. With the king and the bishop in this formation, he can't move anything. Okay, he's decided not to play so comatose. Late bishop e8. Makes a lot of sense. So g5 is coming, alright? And now the threat is g5, g4. No, actually, this might be even stronger. This is really strong, actually, because now, how do you deal with this? g5 is going to come. g4 is going to come. Bishop is going to jump into c1. Just to show you, bishop g2 is going to meet with g5. It's hitting that knight. Knight e2 is going to hit you with g4 again. King f2, and now is the time to come back, I believe, to c6. No, knight d4 is still here. It's not so simple still. Maybe we start with a6, and now not bishop g6 is going to come. Maybe I shouldn't even play g5 that quickly. Maybe I have other moves that I can try. So bishop d1 has been played. Okay. So he's trying to keep an eye on the h5 pawn, and yeah, I'm not sure this is so... I mean, is this so easy? Okay, if g5, there's knight h5, g4 check, knight f4. So g5 is impossible. So it's actually smart to keep the bishop on d1, so that now g5 is not that is not really playable. But can he now switch back to the h4 plan? Can he switch back to the h4 plan now? Yeah, because now g5 is still gonna come after this. Yeah, and maybe if that pawn gets to h3, they could even consider some sort of bishop coming in this way. So white could be stuck trying to protect both b2 and h2 if the pawn gets to h3. So this can get very dangerous indeed if black can do this. So we'll see if what Li Tian is doing. He's thinking. He's really thinking. He's in the tank, and he's trying to find the best way to continue. He's really trying to find the best way to continue. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. If Li Tian goes back king d6, interesting. So he's threatening to play e5 now. This is his idea. He wants to play e5. What can white do? White has to move the king. He has to move the king so that e5 doesn't lose a piece. Where can he move the king? He can go to f3 maybe. Yeah, he can go to f3, but maybe now black can play g5. So he goes to f2. He goes king f2. This seems still very passive, but I think he had to do it. King f2. So at least now g5 is not possible because of knight h5. So what else can he do now? Well, e5 would run into knight d. Wait, if e5, you can't really play knight d5 because of bishop c1. So if e5, you would be forced back with knight e2. That being said, e5 has a drawback of removing that e5 square from the king. So I'm not sure he wants to do this. I'm not sure this is the right thing to do. He could, of course, repeat with king e5. This is a possibility. And white would instantly play king e3. And he could go back to the h4 plan. I'm not sure whether it's that good, obviously. But that seems like the way to go. Definitely white's position is looking better and better. Sorry, black's position is looking, a little bit better with every passing move. But it's still not easy. White is holding on, is holding on for dear life. He's not giving in. And black will need to find a way to break through. Okay. Let's see. I don't see how else black can break through. It's not so easy. Trying to see what Li Tian can try. It's not so easy here. So, yeah, let's see how this one goes, yeah? So right now I'm gonna take a quick 3-minute break and we'll be back very soon, yeah? Just got to get something set up for a moment. Alright, we are back, guys, and there has been now a move in the game. Tian has indeed decided to play the move e5. That's a huge and committal decision. So let's go straight to the game and see what's going on here. So there is, of course, so we actually switch to live board view since we're actually quite close to the game, yeah. So we're getting quite close to the end, so we just focus on this game exclusively. So king f2, e5, hitting that knight. This is what we expected, knight e2. We weren't sure whether Tian would go for this because of course it looks very passive for white. That knight just has no squares. But the king has, had to give up that entry pathway on e5. Well, you have to give things, that's how it is, right? Bishop c6, and now bishop c2. It's defending passively for dear life. Pawn on e4 is defended by the bishop. The square on c1 is defended by the knight. Tian's coming in with bishop d2. So now Tian is threatening a whole lot of different stuff. He's thinking of maybe pushing on the queen side with a5. King c5, b4. This seems like the most logical thing to do. Just to try to bring the king in that way through the queen side. Especially considering white doesn't really have any ways to create counterplay. He can't ever move this knight, because if he moves knight g1, there's going to be bishop c1, and the whole queen side is going to be destroyed. Tian is making slow and steady progress. Now white's in big trouble. He's in big time trouble. Big trouble on the clock and on the board. He's played now knight is what has he played? He's played h3. What is h3? Well, it's just a waiting move, I guess. White actually isn't in Zugzwang. I was just asked whether white is in Zugzwang, but he has king f3, f2. So white has waiting moves. So h3 isn't threatening g4, as I understand. Because I don't think g4 is an issue. You can even just push h4, or you can just leave it there, or you can just take on g4. You can do whatever you want. So, let's start pushing on the queen side. Let's play a5. Let's go. They plays bishop d7. He's tying white down to the pawn on h3. This guy is merciless. He's not even letting white activate his other pieces. He's just gonna tie him down to that pawn on h3. And now, I guess it must be time to play something like king c5 and push a5. Push on the queen side. That has to be the way now. Yeah, white's position is looking more and more shaky with every passing minute, with every passing second, and white has only got a minute left. Black's down to 4 minutes, but white has only got a minute left, and yes, he's got a 30-second increment, but as the pressure starts to pile up, it's gonna be harder and harder and harder to defend. Tian's advantage is growing with every move. It's growing with every move, and now we have today secured one norm. Can we secure the other? It's gonna be the challenge for Tian to win this position, but he's gonna bring his king to c5. White is completely stuck. He cannot move anything. He can't move the knight because of bishop c1. His knight can't move because of bishop c1. He can't move the king because the pawn on h3 would hang. The bishop has got no good moves at all. White has to sit tight and hope for a miracle, but a miracle is not coming. He's gonna play king c5. He's gonna push on the queen side, and he's going to break through on the queen side. It's not gonna be that easy though, because after b4, white is going to wait. He's not going to exchange off anything on the queen side, and then we have to find a new winning plan. We have to find a way to get our bishop into the game. That's gonna be our next challenge. How do we continue after b4? What's our winning plan? We could push the pawn to b3, but then we might risk blocking everything up. He'll bring his bishop back to b1. It's going to be hard to break through. And yes, we might be able to get some sacrifice in, but it's not going to be that easy. Perhaps that is the plan. You push to b3, the king goes to b5 to c4, and then you bring the bishop to c5, and you try to take on a3. Maybe that is the way you're going to try to win this. Trying to see how you can try to win this position. Yeah. So we have some chess enthusiasts here. If they are willing to join me, that would be excellent, but we'll see. I'm seeing whether they are brave enough. Everybody I've met today has been media shy, with the exception of a few legends. Can we get another person to join the stream? We will see. Yeah, we will see about that. Yeah, so king g2 is played. Now, surely he has to play b4. Surely that has to be the move. He can't win without playing b4, and he will not win without playing b4. And so he's played b4. Of course, taking on b4 is an absolute disaster. If you do this, king takes b4, bishop a4 comes, and the king jumps straight to b3. and he's going to lose the b2 pawn. He's going to win the game. That would be a grandmaster making moment. But White is not going to do this. He's going to wait with his king. He's going to wait king h2. Now, how is the way to break through? What is the way to break through here? You can't get in on a4. My thinking is that I play b3. And after bishop b1, my idea is I want to bring the king to a4. White can't move a thing. If he moves this knight, he runs into bishop c1. If he moves his king away, he loses the h3 pawn. So he has to play king g2. I'll bring the king to a4 now. Again, the knight has got no moves. King e3. And now I'm going to bring the bishop to e3. I'm going to bring the bishop to c5. And I'm going to take on a3. I think this is the winning plan. B takes a3. King takes a3. King comes to v2. And the pawn rushes straight through. I think this is a winning plan. I cannot see how White can stop this. White is in such big trouble. I don't see how White can stop this one. We'll see how this works. Okay, but Black should be winning. Li Tian is really taking his time at this moment, but we should be able to. Yeah, we will see whether Black will be able to break through at this moment. Yeah, and the video is stuck. What a moment for the video to be stuck. What a dramatic moment, and everything seems to be stuck at this moment. But what's not stuck is Li Tian. Li Tian is not. Yeah, Li Tian is not giving in. He's absolutely not giving in. The stream is breaking. The vault is breaking. Everyone is breaking at this momentous occasion. White is taken on b4. He's afraid of this b3. So he's played king h2 now. He doesn't want to allow this bishop takes a3. Now Li Tian needs to find a way to try to break through. Perhaps now is the time to bring his king to a5 and put the bishop on a4. Perhaps that is the way to break through. White can't do anything at all. He's going to bring his king to b5, put that king on a4, and then the bishop's going to come to a4. And that seems like a winning plan. Let's see if that works out for Black. Alright. So yeah, we'll see how this one works. Whether this will work out for Black. Okay. Okay, we are still waiting for Li Tian to play. And in the meantime, I'll try to see if I can do anything about the video. It'd be nice to watch the video to the end for sure. So, stay tuned. Give me a minute or two. I'll try to fix that, alright? I want to see the end on the stream if possible. Alright, we are back, guys, and it seems like Li Tian has found the winning plan. Indeed, he brings his king to b5, he brings his king to a5, threatening now bishop a4. So, White must take on b4, king takes b4, bishop d1, and now he's taking his time. But I think bishop a4 is gonna come. I don't see how White can defend against this. Bishop a4 seems absolutely crushing. I can't see how we can defend against this. Bishop a4. Yeah, the video has been interrupted, but the commentary will not stop. It will not stop. And bishop a4 is going to come with great effect. Now bishop a4 comes on the board. White's position is looking more and more defenseless with every passing minute. Bishop a4. White must take on a4, but surely black will recapture on a4 with the king. And now king v3 is gonna win the game. White is completely and utterly defenseless against black's ideas. Knight c3 is played, but now, surely, let's actually calculate the pawn endgame. Let's calculate the pawn endgame together with Li Tian. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, king a3, bishop takes a4, king takes a4, king f3, king v3, and black wins the game. Bishop takes c3. Is this the easiest way to win? King a3. Now, if white doesn't take on a4, king v2 is going to win the game. But if white takes on a4, then king v3 is going to win the game. And this is surely the end of the game. Knight c3, bishop takes c3 leads to a winning endgame. Will he find it? Will he see it? He sees it, but will he play it? This is the moment we have all been waiting for. The moment Malaysia gets our first ever Grandmaster. This is the defining moment, and Li Tian is enjoying the moment. He's enjoying, savoring every bit of this moment. This has been the moment he's been waiting for the past 4 years. After this disappointment in the SEA Games 2021, this is his moment to shine. Bishop takes c3. Indeed, he takes his time and he plays the best move. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, king a3, and surely this is the end of the game. There will be no more moves will be made in this game. White is ready to resign. You can see it on his face. He takes on a3, he takes on c3, and he does not go for the endgame. But that doesn't matter. Li Tian doesn't care about this. He plays bishop e2, hitting that pawn on c4. The bishop comes back to b5, simply defending that pawn. And now king b2 is going to take on c3, and he's going to win this endgame very easily. It's going to be really easy. There's not even going to be a fight here. It's not even going to be close. King b2 is going to come, and Li Tian is going to bring this one home. And that is the end of this game. I'm sure Li Tian is just enjoying himself at this moment. g4, a desperate last attempt at counterplay. But there is nothing White can do that will face Li Tian at this moment. I mean, the easiest way is probably just to play h takes g4. You could play h4, but why allow g5? Why allow this? You could do this as well, actually. This may be even cleaner, to be honest with you. This looks actually even cleaner. Bishop g4, king takes e3, bishop e6, you could just go bishop e8, defending everything. There are many roads lead to Rome at this point, and all roads lead to the Grandmaster title. A final check. Li Tian is selecting which option will kill his opponent the most quickly. We all know what's going to happen. It's too late to jinx it. Now we can call it. Li Tian's going to win this game. It's too winning. You can't jinx it anymore. It's simply impossible. And h4 has been played. What a boss. What a boss. Li Tian is showing why he's the greatest of all time in Malaysia. Why, even though his sport has been challenged by up-and-coming youngsters like Po Yu Tian, Tan Zhen Ying, and a little bit by myself, to be honest. Yeah, hopefully that may have spurred him on to get his Grandmaster title more quickly. But he proves once again why he is still the best player in Malaysia. He completes his Grandmaster norm, becomes a Grandmaster, and regains a 2500 rating. And yes, that is the moment! Black has resigned and Li Tian has become a Grandmaster. An absolutely fantastic moment. And we'll see if we can try to get Li Tian on the stream. If we can, that would be absolutely amazing. But an excellent, amazing achievement by Yeoh Li Tian. And now we're going to take a short break and we'll see if we can get him on the stream. Alright, unfortunately we couldn't get Tian on the stream, but yeah, thank you all for supporting this absolutely momentous achievement and watching it live with me. It was absolutely thrilling for me to watch, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you very much, and hopefully I'll see you again soon.